not faring so well. What bedevils this great continent that seems to be rich with everything, yet it lacks everything? Is it our politics? Is it our leadership? Is it our mismanagement? Or what do you think it is happening? Well, karibuni sana kila mmoja. Nawashukuru tu sana kwa kujumuika nasi katika Mtembei TV Open Forum Political Discussion Show. Tuendelee kujadiliana kwa mambo tu mengi, masuala ya World Cup. Hapo tusha angalia clips vile mambo ilikwenda. Kuna wale wanasema is fake clips to send for us the one you think is genuine. But all in all, I trust you've gotten a glimpse of what could have transpired or transpired. And also, the IG today is open about shoot to kill, spitting fire about the criminals out there and their confrontations with the police. So he says the police should not take the gun they carry as a decoration. They must engage it, especially if their life is in danger. Well, what is your take on the same? And of course, Kenya Kwanza outcry and counter accusation against Raila Odinga and his call for mass action against the government for the high cost of living and failing to deliver on their 100 days promises. What is your take on the same? Karibu tu sana. The link to use to get in the studio is in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio. Alafu utakuwa hapa tuongee kwa kina maswala haya. Karibu kila mmoja, na wengi wenu mko katika sherehe ya kusherekea wale ambao ni washindi wa World Cup, alafu wengine mko katika lawama na kulaumiana, wengine mmezononeka. Kwa vyovyote vile, life has to continue. Karibu. Let's listen to the IG.
To reiterate that the nature of police work is not only dangerous, we are aware it is dangerous. Na hatuna woga, nimesema hatutishwi. Hao wakora wako kule nje, tunawaeleza hatutishwi. Na ndio sababu tunauliza maofisa wetu, hiyo bunduki umepewa, tutaki kusikia umeumizwa, umekatwa na mkora na uko na bunduki. Count on the Inspector General who will stand with you. We have a committed CS who has very strong legal background. Usitishwe na busy bodies. Kuna busy bodies kadhaa ni kusema shika polisi, shika polisi. Leo tunalia hapa, siwaoni wako wapi. Ni kule nje tu kusema shika fulani. Shika fulani, shika polisi huyu. Bwana CS, every day you keep encouraging me. The other day they said they arrested 12 police officers. Tuliwashika. Tukaambia tushika wengine, sijui walifanya nini Mombasa Road. Officers ambao walikuwa kwa tani wanatupiwa bishare. Sasa njameni, officer ako kasi yake ya kusindikisha pesa za benki kuu. Amepata barabara imefungwa, ameanza kutupiwa mishale, ako na bunduki. Jameni, kwani hiyo bunduki ni kalamu aanze kuandika naye? Tumefunza maofisa wetu njia ya kutumia bunduki. Ofisa atakubali kuwa kwa mshale na ako na bunduki, atatumia bunduki. So the CS is with you, fellow officers. Yule officer anatumia bunduki yake kulinda yeye, kujilinda, kulinda mali ya nchi, kulinda mwananchi. Tuko na wewe. And we shall not be intimidated. We have a mandate to protect life and property. I repeat, We shall not be cowards. We shall not be intimidated. We are going to discharge our mandate as stipulated in the constitution of this country.
Okay, huyo ni IG anasema kwamba bunduki sio kalamu ya kuandikia. Sijui unaonaje masuala haya? Quickly before we bring in Wangira to make his submission, Slim, the DJ, says, I'm currently in Qatar. The experience has been the best so far, as it has been the best World Cup ever in history. Everything planned was magnificent. Qatar deserves respect for real. No one thought they could be that fantastic to organize such a big event. That's from the horse's mouth, a person with first-hand experience on how the organization of the World Cup and how it has transpired all through. He says everything was fantastic. Do you agree? If you are in Qatar, tuambie wewe unakubaliana na Slim the DJ ama wewe unaona yeye anaongeza roiko. Karibu kila mmoja, na washukuru tu sana. Tuangazie masuala yetu, World Cup hits and misses, and then of course our politics. Welcome, Mr. Wangira. How are you today?
Oh, I'm doing fine. How are you?
Great. Karibu sana.
Oh, thank you very much, Bernard. It seems that I'm the only one in the studio this morning, this evening, rather, Bernard.
Wanakuja polepole.
I am not such a soccer fan, you know. Oh, I'm not a very good soccer fan, but once in a while I watch football, especially when we have the African Cup of Nations and the World Cup, like today. And I had an opportunity to follow a few of the matches during this World Cup, for example, and we must congratulate Morocco because Morocco, having become number 4 in this World Cup and having made history as being the first African country to go that far, we need to congratulate Morocco, Bernard. And I just watched the match this evening that just ended a few hours or minutes ago, and you know it's one of the most entertaining football matches I've watched in the recent times. Bernard. You know, France has managed to come back 3 times. You know, you remember it was 2-0. Then just 10 minutes to the final whistle at the 90th minute, you know they got a penalty that the young boy they call Mpe. You know I don't um, managed to score the penalty, and in another 3 minutes he also managed to score another penalty that made them go to the extra time. And you remember in the 20th minute, you know, of Argentina again scored their third goal, and the young gentleman again managed to equalize to make it 3-3. And you know, it reached a point that you know the match was to be decided on the penalties, and we saw what happened. That you know France lost two against 4 for Argentina, and you know that Argentina had the advantage on their side because of the good goalkeeper that you know they have. You know we have seen the way the goalkeeper of Argentina has operated during this World Cup. So you know 36 years since they last won the World Cup in 1986. Bernard, 1986, some of us were small boys. 1986, where were you? I was still in primary school in 1986. And today I'm watching Argentina again, you know, lifting the trophy. So, you know, it has been a long wait for them. And, you know, all we can say is that congratulations to or to Argentina and to France will tell them that is well done. They have tried. They won. They won in 2018, and they have come out as the runners up in this World Cup. So as far as I'm concerned, the two teams have done us proud, and also Morocco has done Africa proud. Because that's all that I can say about football. Because I'm not a very good football guy. Let me just I've listened to the new Inspector General of Police. It's called Japhet Kome. Japhet Kome, I think Japhet Kome is not even a month old since he was sworn in as the Inspector General of Police. And his predecessor was the other guy, Mutiembai, and then there was the guy at the DCI, George Kinoti. Um, you know, we have a history with Japhet Kome. You remember during the Machozi Mondays, Bernard. This guy was the provincial police, the regional police commander, Nairobi. And I used to operate during the Machozi Mondays for some of us who were in this Nairobi. And yeah, I hope you remember the Machozi Mondays. And uh, there is that old school of policing that I find to have stuck in Japhet Kome. Japhet Kome was recruited in the Kenya Police Service, I understand, 30 years ago, when it was called the Kenya Police Force that was operating under what told you was a Chapter 84. Because the police, long time, we had a Kenya Police under Chapter 84 of the laws of Kenya, and we had the administration police under Chapter 85 of the laws of Kenya. And the Kenya Police, especially the Kenya Police under Chapter 84, Bernard, was structured in a manner that it was supposed to serve, the rulers. It was not supposed to serve you, the Mwananchi. That's how it was structured. The old police force. The one we adopted from the white man. When we got our independence in 1963. So the way it was structured to serve the rulers, and the rulers were the president. That time, and we had President Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, President Moi, then we had Mwai Kibaki before we got our 2010 constitution in the year 2010. So, as a country, we have had a history with the Kenya police, the Kenya police, especially during the pre 2010 era, Bernard. The police was alone to itself. You remember those were times, those were days that these people were to hold you. They could hold you up to 14 days in the police cells before they could present you to court. Those were days, Bernard, where torture was part of collecting of evidence. You remember there are people who were taken before court with their broken hands, broken legs, which was part of the the mechanism of trying to get evidence out of them. But when we started negotiating for the new constitution, the constitution that we have today, we say that we wanted to have a new face of the police. And that's why, if you go to Article 244 of our 2010 Constitution, it's very, very clear. And you remember, I told you the other time that the former Chief Justice, said, I'm just forgetting Mutunga said that every chapter of our every chapter of our Kenyan Constitution has a story. Every chapter has a story. So if we go to the chapter on objectives and functions of the National Police Service, it tells you a story. For us to have decided that we wanted a National Police Service that strives for the highest standards and professionalism and discipline among its members, Bernard, there is a story to that. Because before then, perhaps the police, before then, perhaps the police that we had Before then, perhaps the police that we had was never striving in the highest standards of professionalism. Perhaps there was no discipline in the police those times, and that's the reason why the people of Kenya in 2010 said they wanted a police service that strives in the highest standards of professionalism and discipline. If we talk of prevent corruption and promote and practice transparency and accountability, that's another story behind this chapter. I've just told you the type of police that we had before 2010. And was it accountable? I don't think it was accountable. The police that we had before 2010 was only accountable to the president, Bennett. Was it promoting transparency? Bernard, it was not promoting transparency. It was as opaque as anything else, Bernard. Corruption up to today is a big problem in the police service, Bernard. Then when we say that we want a police service that complies with constitutional standards of human rights and fundamental freedoms, Bernard, we know that the police service, Bernard, before 2010 was abusing human rights, Bernard. It never respected fundamental freedoms, Bernard. And there are accounts to it, Bernard, to historians who are doing research about the police. They will tell you that before 2010, issues of human rights, issues of fundamental freedoms were not perhaps part of what the police were taught. Then when we say that we want a police service that has the highest standards of competence and integrity, Bernard, that's what we mean. It's because of the story that we heard about the old police before the year 2010. So, Bernard, the police force of today is 18th of December 2022, is a police force that must strive for the highest standards of professionalism and discipline. So discipline and professionalism is key in the police force of today. Issues of corruption are not supposed to be anywhere near the police, and the police must also promote and practice transparency and accountability. The police must be transparent and it must be accountable. If you look at the National Police Service Act of 2011, every death as a result of a bullet from a firearm being held by a policeman is supposed to be investigated, Bernard. Every death, irrespective of whether you are a criminal, you are a bandit, what you are. But so long as you die in what we call the hands of the police, there must be investigation on how you died, Bernard. There must be. That's what the law says. National Police Service Act of 2011. Let it be investigated. And Bernard, the reason why we have IPOA, the reason why we have IPOA is because I've told you that before 2010, the police of that time was a law unto itself. They could do the things the way they were. They were the investigators. They could frame you up, perhaps kill you, and create stories around you. And that's the reason why the people of Kenya say they wanted an agency or an organ of the state that could oversight the police, Bernard. And that's why we came up with IPOA, the Independent Police Oversight Authority. And the police, the IPOA concept is not only a Kenyan concept. For example, in Britain, we have the police complaint, the Police Complainant Commission, where any complaint against the police is reported to the commission, and then it carries out the investigations. It's a replica of the IPOA that we have today. And the reason why we have IPOA, there are some cases, that where the police are involved. You not walk to a police station to report a policeman to a policeman. So the best person to oversight a policeman must not be a policeman. It must be somebody else. And that's why we have IPOA. So for me to hear the Inspector General call IPOA a busybody, Bernard, in this time and era, Bernard, is so sickening, especially an Inspector General of the National Police Service who was sworn to observe and protect the Constitution of Kenya. because this guy called Japhet Kome does not work with his own law. He works with the Kenyan Constitution 2010. That is the guiding principle, Bennett. So he cannot purport to create anything out of his head. I expected Kome to tell his people to stick to the Constitution anytime they're carrying out their mandate. Just stick to the Constitution. The the Constitution is clear. The National Police Service Act is clear on how a policeman can, on what circumstances a policeman can use a firearm. So he should just tell a policeman to stick to the circumstances under which they can use a firearm. If a situation is out of those circumstances, then don't use a firearm at all, at all, at all. A firearm that is held by a police must be used as a last resort, where there's no any other alternative. That now you're forced to use the firearm. But we must not encourage our policemen and police women to be using firearm. Talks of bunduki. He said bunduki simu iko au si kijiko. Whatever he says, we should not be talking like that. Let us stay, because a policeman is a professionally trained person. He knows when to use the firearm. When there's need to use the firearm, then he'll use the firearm. But such a talk from the topmost policeman, are not very, very encouraging. And you remember, Bernard, we had just a month ago, 2 months ago, when President William Samoei Ruto was sworn in and he became president of the Republic of Kenya. We had the issue of the SSU. You remember the SSU issue? And, the president was very categorical about the bodies that were being found in Rivayala. And he said that, his government is not going to entertain extrajudicial killings. The president was very, very clear on the issue of extrajudicial killings, and he said that his government was not going to entertain it. And I remember he repeated the same message during Mashujaa Day on the issue of extrajudicial killings. He said that his government was not going to entertain extrajudicial killings. So, let the Inspector General of Police, Japhet Kome, stick to the law and stick to the Constitution. We know that we need to protect the police. We need to motivate them, but let us encourage the police to work within the law. Bernard, we don't need we don't need situations where police become a law unto themselves. They decide that you are now a criminal and you must die. We don't want those circumstances. We want, if they think that Wangira is a criminal, arrest me, arraign me before court, allow the court to decide. And if it finds me guilty, then the court will sentence me and I'll go to jail. We don't want those circumstances where the police decide who lives or who dies. I've just given you the story of SSU, and there's the issue of the two Indians and their driver, which became a very hot topic during the first few days of President William Samoei Ruto's government. It was a hot issue. And we all know how it ended. Officers of SA, a whole unit of the DCI was disbanded. Several officers of that unit were arrested. So, given that history, the Inspector General should be the first person to encourage his men and women in uniform to stick to the Constitution and to stick to the law. He should not go. He should not go around, calling other agencies of the state that are created by the Constitution and the law, just as the National Police Service is created by the Constitution and the law, as busybodies. There are no government agencies that are busybodies, Bernard. They all serve the people of Kenya for the good of this country, Bernard. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wangira, for that elaborate assessment of the IG's attitude towards police and how they should deal with criminals in relation or in view of the requirement of the law. It paints a picture of the attitude of Kenya Kwanza and the constitution. They are infamous in their quest to double speak on matters, constitution matters, constitutionalism, and matters rule of law. They say with one person says this way and the other one contradicts themselves. It appears to me that Kenya Kwanza is determined to use the law as much as it favors them, and whenever it goes against what they want to put it aside. So this selective application of the law, it poses a threat to the constitutional dispensation that we are in. And so Kenyans must remain vigilant and watch out as the story develops. All the same, nashukuru sana wote ambao mnajumuika nasi katika kipindi cha leo. Karibu kila mmoja, tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu, usitazame peke yako. Hii inaitwa Mtembei TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, na leo hii tumepeana special whatever slot to look at the World Cup, the hits and the misses thereof, and of course how Africa fared into the whole scenario, and why is Africa not in the top, as we are the top of the world in terms of resources, top of the world in terms of wealth. As much as what goes on underground, our field is richer than every other part of the world. But we seem to be disadvantaged, or we don't fare so well when it comes to world-class competition of, especially specifically on football. So what is bedeviling Africa? Tungependa pia tuangazie hilo. So karibu sana. Tumsikilize Madam Nifa kwanza, alafu ndio tulete Alex. I'm sure Alex is loaded with details on that football aspect. Nifa, vipi lakini?
Nzuri, I am loaded. Mimi ndio nitawaambia about football. Alex hajui chochote.
Karibu. I was waiting for that.
So happy Sunday, and I was also looking forward to talk something about football, and I'm a fan of football, and some of my younger brothers are also playing football there in Kenya. My uncles used to play football in Kenya. My grandfather also used to play football. So I'm in a football society.
Let me guide you on that. When you say football, it may be like American football. It's called soccer. So thank you.
Okay, yeah. So you correcting me. Bernard said football, so I continue with football.
No,
I'm not the one. But anyway.
It's okay. It is the American syndrome. The Americans want to teach us English. When we are
because Americans,
British is the mother of English, and taught
English
the whole world
football.
English. Let America accept what British called football, not to come up with their own football, then create a new name called soccer. But we appreciate both vocabularies. Asante.
Yeah.
Nifa, you can go ahead.
Bernard,
yes.
Bernard,
yes.
It is football. Where Alex lives, it's soccer, and that's why they are not excelling in it. But where the rest of the world lives, it's football.
Gira, take it easy.
Alex lives
okay,
where?
Go ahead, Nifa, please. Sorry.
Alex lives where? In America?
No, I live in Kisii.
Okay. So even Kisiis are not footballers in Kenya.
They are. Remember, Iterio used to be one of the best soccer secondary school.
Rivertex or where? Where?
No, Iterio High School.
Since when? I have a little bit of football in Kenya too. I just know Luyas and Nyanza, to be honest.
Okay, now you guys. Let's
Alex is okay.
You're going to you're digressing too much. Let's focus. Let's focus so that our viewers can benefit from what you say.
Yeah. So to start with, our president football, FIFA is here. You understand? So that's what I'm telling you. When it comes to football, not that I know much, not that I play, but we normally organize also football here. And by the way, my nephew is also in the young Swiss team. So I'm really eager. We are waiting if he's going to be recruited. He's a good football player too, my nephew. What I wanted to say is, okay, to talk about, to divert a little bit from what we've been talking about politics. I find it also to talk about sports, because sports also unite all over the world. And as you've been seeing, apart from Kenya, what's going on, despite people are also watching World Cup. And this World Cup is a little bit different from the other one because it used to be always during summer. So kind of they changed, And I should say, I'm so happy to see that at least the world, or at least they're honoring our young or our footballers or other like Olympic. And I had a chance to go to Rio de Janeiro, which was 2016, and it was really, I had a chance to meet some of Kenyan leaders who came to support Kenyan team. Though I never went there for Kenyan, I went for the country that I live for. But I should say I'm so happy to see that the world leaders also being involved in this. Players are young people, and the world leaders are the ones to show the young people how to lead and how to play together in unity, despite the fact that some of them are superstars like Messi and Mbappe. But to me, also when Bernard said, how is our Africa faring in terms of sports? Of course, Kenya is also trying, not in football, but Kenya is also trying in marathon, and during Olympic, even Kenya beats other European countries, which we are always also very happy. But when it comes to some of these sports, whereby in Africa, again, our leaders are failing, or the coaches, they are not really fairly when it comes to recruiting them. You understand, recruiting young people. And instead, maybe if it's Bernard has a nephew or has his son who's playing, and Bernard will just, go to a certain coach and say, I will pay you something so that you just favor my son and bring to the team. And even if the son cannot play. So, and I think that's where our African leaders, that our young African men and women cannot do, they can deliver. Being specific, also if they're getting good salary, if they're being also honored, and the country is also following. What I should say, in Kenya, you don't Kenyan fans, they don't really favor, or they don't really follow Kenyan football. They like to follow this Chelsea, and when I come to Kenya, I hear Chelsea, and Chelsea and this other one, Manchester. So I always I always ask, why you don't, okay, those are superstars, but why you don't just, at least you have to support your brothers who are playing football at home, because okay, you have to start from your own country. Now, I was really touched when I saw the president, which is also tradition. The two final teams play, and the presidents are there. Both presidents and some of the ministers of sports. From this. I mean, just now I'm talking about the politics. Presidents are politicians. And at least they are there to give the motive and say, okay, that was a fair play. If I think some of you saw how France president was really touching them and hugging them and telling them, maybe there's another day, you've really played well. even though, everyone who plays, everyone always wants to win. And I think they also delivered France. But what really struck me is not the first time. France, it has a tradition of, most of them are African born there, or African who parents went there a long time ago. So, and I should say France is the first country which at least they see something in African young people. So they like, even they're more, and it's not this time, it's always like that. Even like the former Henry and this other one from Nigeria, or not Nigeria, from Arab country, Morocco, or I don't know where. But I think also this time Morocco represented us very well. And when the coach was asked about Morocco, he said, "We are here to present, we are here to uplift African nation." And I was really touched also. After a long, long time, at least Arab world, like Tunisia, Morocco, they always think, not they always think, but, though they are white, but, they are in African continent. So I should say, when the world, our African leaders will try to support our African young sportsmen and sportswomen, and apart from also corruption and what else, and the coaches also, to be honest, what they're doing, I think our African young people will be able to deliver. So today I just want to talk about sports. I don't want to talk about. I don't want to talk a little bit about, maybe tomorrow or the other day. I was really happy that FIFA president, who's Swiss, was there, and if you could see, he was talking both to Argentinians and France very well, because all of them, they deliver. But one thing with, when these young people, they go to compete, you see, they started they started to prepare, like maybe 2 years ago or 4 years ago, despite COVID. And this is the time they have to show their talent and skills and potential. But not only they, with all the with all the with all their skills and their coaches and the trainers. So when they get the trophy, it's not only trophy for one person or for captain, it's everybody who's involved. I was also very happy that if you see, very keen, both two teams, um, the whole tournament, they were able to, the youngest player and the best player, and the best goalkeeper. And I should say it's really fairly done, because, it's not, if you compare with our elections, all over the world, it's not that, at least it's fairly, everybody's watching. And even if some of the referees are on the other side, but people can see, you understand, and these cameras, if something happens or if there's foul, at least, fairly, we can say really fairly, everybody's seeing. And I should say the last moment is always this penalty, because if they have to play up to that juncture, nobody knows, and France, not Argentina coach, goalkeeper was very, very good, because he hapo ni it's not pata potea, but unashika roho mkononi, because to me wote wanafanya vizuri coach, lakini unajua ile penalty, you might shoot alafu inaenda mbali. It's not, you're not a good player, but that's the moment, and ule mwenye anashinda, kuna mshindi na kuna mwenye atashindwa, the way kwa election wanasema mmoja atashindwa, but hata ule number 2 anapata kitu, anapata medal, you understand, hata number 3 anapata kitu, number 4 anapata kitu. So that's how I'm always happy. At least hii mambo ya mpira na nini inaleta, mambo ya Olympic inaletaga watu pamoja, watu wanafurahia. But though I liked Argentina, because I'm like, I remember when Diego Maradona was playing, I used to be young, and I said this is the time also for Messi, because Messi, at least for Argentina. Argentina been also one of the best soccer all over the world, but walinini kidogo, and then ikakuja Brazil ikatoka kidogo, Germany wakatoka, Spain walichukua mara mbili. So nafurahi at least sometimes inaenda Europe, sometimes inakuja Europe, but Europe, to be honest, what I've realized, Europeans are doing very, very well. Like Spain is good, England is good, Portugal is good. Switzerland is a little bit also good. Wanajaribu, though si wazuri vile. Nchi ingine ni gani? But Europeans are really doing well. So to tell Alex, even though you call soccer, Americans are not good in football. Hiyo tu nilikuwa nataka kusema. So nitawachia tu hapo, but I was so happy. Niliangalia mpaka mwisho, and doro yangu ilikuwa inapiga kwa France. Maybe I should say I'm not racist, but tunaona vijana wetu wa Kiafrika wako hapo wengi. So nilikuwa and also I like Messi also. So but for him, because Messi is 39 and Mbappe is 23, Mbappe still has time. Ana bado na 3 or 4 World Cup to come. Sasa ni hayo tu ndio nilikuwa nayo.
Okay, thank you, Nifa. We appreciate that, and I'm happy that you have the football, whatever inclination within you, and so you say you are identifying more with France than the other team, although the other team was good. All the same, we thank God that after 36 years, you can lift the cup again. That means there is still hope. You don't quit. If you keep going, you can still get it. It may evade you the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, and you get it the seventh. So let's not give up. There is still hope. Okay, nashukuru tu sana. Asante kwa wale ambao mnaendelea kukaribishana tujadili kwa kina masuala haya, tukiangazia kwamba ni wajibu wetu kurekebisha yale ambayo yameenda kombo na kuhakikisha kwamba makosa hayatajirudia hata tunapoendelea na kujadili siasa, michezo na maisha kwa jumla. Thank you very much. Tumlete sasa Alex tuangazie masuala vile imeenda kwa kina. Karibu.
Asante sana Bernard. Leo imekuwa siku mzuri sana, though we had goosebumps. The first round ilienda njia fulani hivi. Second one ikakuwa mpaka saa ingine ulikuwa unataka hata kupasua TV yako kwa sababu it was tense. It was really tense. But first of all, let me thank Qatar for hosting one of the best World Cups. No Europe country has done that. I wish as Africans we could emulate these people. That's a very small country, but they have shown the world that even if they are so tiny, they can make a difference. So I want to thank those Arabs. They had enough hotels. You know how many people went to Qatar? Millions. But they had enough hotels. Their stadiums were very fantastic. So first of all, I want to thank them for hosting. I don't think any country can do what those people have done. That's the first thing. Secondly, I want to thank France. France also really played well. Though we have an inclination to Messi, tunapenda Messi because Messi is retiring. You know, Messi retired, then came back because they forced him to come back. I'm glad that Messi has retired with a trophy. Thirdly, we need also to look at the way these teams were playing. When you see how they were playing, they are really very professional. As my sister has said, we need to emulate what we have seen as Kenyans so that we can also improve. Excuse me, my daughter is calling me. Let me take her call and then I come back, please. Please,
So
excuse
Alex,
me.
nashukuru. Mute your mic. Thank you so much. We'll be waiting for you to come and finish your part of your submission. Thank you everyone. Tukiendelea katika mjadala wa leo, tunaangazia the hits and the misses of World Cup. And of course, IG, the current IG, Mr. Kome, anasema bunduki sio kalamu. Polisi watumie kuiandika. So tuache gossip pia inaitwanga IPOA na watekeleze wajibu wake, haswa maisha yao akiwa hatarini, watumie bunduki na sio kuandika shoot to kill. What do you take of the order? Mr. Wangira took us through the constitutional requirement of the same and the transformation that needs to be within the police force that was being converted into a police service. But it seems that the new IG want to take us back to the police force days when meeting a police was a terror and your life was in danger because you met police. Well, let's look at it keenly. And of course, Kenya Kwanza is already crying out before even the mass action is called upon. Wanasema watafutia ofisi Raila Odinga ili aache story ya mass action. Ni nini ambacho Kenya Kwanza inaogopa kuhusu mass action? Kwa sababu kulingana na katiba, mass action is part and parcel of our constitution provision, especially when wananchi are not satisfied with the way the government is running their affairs. Ninyi mnaona ni nini ambacho kinaogopwa kwa mass action na Kenya Kwanza? Mbona vilio mapema kabla siku ianze? Thank you so much. Tumsikilize bwana leo, alafu brother Benson ushafika?
Mimi hata niko Kisumu saizi baba.
Hey, sawa basi. Rich naambiwa Kisumu is more expensive than Nairobi, so I'll keep eating in my own Nairobi.
Right. Good evening, good morning, good night, good afternoon, everyone. Bernard, Nipa, Brother Benson, na watu wote. I'm happy to be here. And there was a topic I was running away from, and I didn't know I'll find it here about the just concluded game. I didn't want to comment on it because I personally, when the World Cup started, apart from the All-African team, my team was Brazil, and we painfully exited the scene. So I left without a team. So today, I had to choose between two teams. The first team was France. And if I looked at France, these were my fellow Africans who are running away from their problems in Africa and going to serve their colonizers. That is
Not so.
I knew. Because
it's okay.
I was divided.
Let Leo push his Pan-Africanism.
So do I support France, which is a team of Africans running away? I describe them as cowards who are not able to solve their problems back. Most of their countries are having coups and political instability. So they're running away from their African problem and they're going to serve their colonizers. Then the second team was Germany. And out of all, I just said to support France because there was no way I was going to support Germany. Germany is the whitest country in the world. And why do you say Germany is the whitest country in the world? This is a country that is purely white. Not that blacks were not there, but they killed the blacks who were sold there as slaves by Europeans. There were during slavery, the black slaves were.
Watch out, get Bernard. Just give it.
Sorry.
Hold on, everybody, please. Let us not open cases we cannot defend and cannot be defended. Blanket judgment is not always just. And when you are in a public platform like this, you vilify an entire country, you are inviting problems for us. not just yourself. So let us not be
But
so.
Bernard, why are we here? We are here to give our opinion on what we think about things. And we can differ, but we can have a robust debate. If you are going to tell us not to speak our mind, it's not going to be right. I like what he's saying. I've been in German myself, and I understand what he's saying.
Alex, hold on. I am not against people expressing their mind. I'm only saying it must be within the proper framework.
But there's
Okay?
nothing he has done that is out of order.
When you say that all Kenyans are corrupt or the entirety of Africa is corrupt, okay? On what basis? You get that? So as much as we may have the majority of African countries under the yoke of corruption, we cannot blanketly say that everything from Africa is corrupt. That's what I'm talking about. So let's be within the framework, and then also,
Bernard, we accept
if we are
that, but let me also guide you on that.
discussing football,
Point
let's
of order.
discuss football and not condemn countries.
He has not condemned the country. He's saying the historicity of German. Okay? He has not condemned it. It's just
You are reading too much into what Leo has not said.
It's okay.
Let Leo defend himself on his allegations. Thank you.
Bernard, because I'm afraid that you may not allow me to say my mind.
Alex, you are afraid. Alex, are you new here? How long have you been here?
No, Leo was saying something that was very formidable.
Touching on you and provoking you so that when you come back, you're going to be fired.
People, we must talk. German is the most whitest country in the world. Allow him to finish his submission on that.
Perfectly. That one I agree, whitest, okay? But that is killing blacks. That one I don't agree. Thank you.
All right. So today I was on the side of France, even though we've lost, but we've lost after some great fight. If I look at Mbappe and Messi, I can say Messi is the past and Mbappe is the future. So as somebody said, Messi is now retiring, and he is retiring perfectly after winning a trophy, and that is something that have been his dream. He really deserved it. And Mbappe is my hero in all these tournament. Mbappe is a hero, and he really gave his best to the team. So back to our country as Kenya, why are we not playing World Cup? And why do I feel that we're still far from playing a World Cup? You'll find that in Kenya, we have talents. We have a quality or good players. Let me not call them quality, but we have good players who can be quality players. But the problem is that in Kenya, football is not a game of the rich. It is a game of the poor. That is why the government has never developed football. If you think what I'm saying is a lie, look at golf. I think Kenya can host World Cup golf. If we are supposed to have a World Cup golf, Kenya has got what it is needed to host a golf World Cup. We are having golf clubs in every rich estate that we have within the country. But what about football? They left it. They say this is a game of the poor, so nobody is interested. If the rich children or the children from the rich families were the majority who are playing this football, I'm telling you right now, we'll be having all those stadiums that were promised. I don't want to talk of politics now. We'll move there later. Number two, you'll find that football in Kenya is underdeveloped because most of these talents are normally realized they are realized late. In these other European countries, a boy at the age of 3, they've already realized they are footballers and they are joining the academies. In Kenya, that one doesn't happen. Somebody realizes he's a footballer when they're in high school. I'm a great fan of Gor Mahia. Right now, there is a utility player called Omala. Omala realized his potential at Kisumu Day when he was in Form 3. And you know very well in Form 3, in those rural schools, somebody is already almost 18 years old. You want to start playing professional football when you are at 20. And in Europe, somebody is retiring at 25. So there's a big gap. We still have a long way. We need to identify these talents early and nurture them. So some of these talents, they just come out naturally when people are almost old, when they are now reaching their retirement age. Here, you want to chase the economic stress, you want to chase the family issues, and you also want to chase your talent. So it can't happen. That morale is not there. It is not there. Then also there is this perception that our parents had that football is, there is a perception that the white men created in us using the education system, that football is meant for those people who are lazy. And in the Kenyan families, 80% of the parents will not allow their children to participate in games. Whenever they had you playing football, they say, "Wewe ni mjinga, unafanya nini? Unaenda kucheza mpira badala ya kusoma." So that is why we have few cases. People like Engineer Olunga are really proving that you don't need to be a dumb in class for you to be good in football. So we need to start by changing the perception against these other extracurricular activities. The government need to start developing these games at an early stage. And if there's one man that I believe in the Kenya Kwanza that is going to do something, there's one man I've always believed in, and I've always followed his footsteps, the current CS, Ababu Namwamba. He's the only man I believe, if given space, if he doesn't take the Kenya Kwanza brain, he'll do something different. When he was in ODM, I think during his time as the Secretary General, that is the time that ODM won most seats. ODM was most vibrant and had several youths when they introduced something called ODM Reloaded and the ODM Mashinani. So he's one guy I believe can do something serious. So let us see what he's going to do in our football and in our sports. I'm sure he's going to deliver. The only thing that will stop him from delivering is maybe the company and the policies that they are having. But if left independently, I believe, and I can I can separate Ababu from the rest of the team and say Ababu is going to deliver. That one I'm sure. Then just to wind up the video that you played about Kome, what I can say is that they normally say what matters is not what you say, but how you say it. However much the information Kome was passing was right, because no police officer should be losing life in the hands of criminals. And there are some criminals, like the ones we saw in Isili, the ones that Rashid was eliminating, that they just need to be gunned down. But the way he said it portrayed it negatively. And I know our police service, police officers, it is normally not what has been said to them, but how they get it. Like if they say something, we should always be worried. What are they going to get? How they get the information is what matters, determines how they are going to respond. But Koma, I know, is also preparing for the mass actions, but he's been there during the Mandamanos, the Monday tear gas, and the Machozi Fridays. He was there. I think he was the one who was in charge in Nairobi. So we are used to him. Whether he speaks loudly or he speaks with authority, we are not scared, because he was there. He's still coming. He will be there. If the mass action is called, Kenyans will still go. And there is nothing new that he will do. He will still use the tear gas. He will still use the same water tunnels that we are having. And people are used to it. There's nothing new they are going to do. So however much he wants to scare people, he should know that change is inevitable. And very soon, we are just waiting for Baba to come. I know he's on the way. I saw William Ruto in Qatar. So maybe we don't know who will come first. So if Baba comes first, maybe Ruto will come and find us on the way. He might join us or get ways of preventing us from doing what we like doing, or what we can do best. Otherwise, thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Leo. Just I think we need to put some of your claims in proper perspective. ODM Reloaded, ODM Fresh, and the other ODM was for internal ODM election, when there was a need for they are called grassroots elections and changing of officers. it did not even work out to reach the place of general elections. Ababu Namwamba, I don't think he presided over any general election. He was nominated as Secretary General by Baba. Baba trusted him. But in the course of him being trusted by Baba, he began to eat from the other plate. If you remember the infamous fidelity, faithfulness is the number one consideration for any person who want to be a leader in this party. If we feel, we suspect, or think you are going to bed with our opposition, we will not allow you. Otieno Kajwang himself. Now, that was in reference to Abab Namwamba. So when you say that when he was Secretary General is when ODM was ODM, ODM suffered when he was appointed as Secretary General as interim. And that's why he never made it to be official Secretary General. His performance, I think he was an assistant minister in the Grand Coalition. So you can weigh him on how he performed the way as an assistant minister. I think so. That's the only place you can call for performance. But in ODM, he failed terribly when he had an interim office. Before we ratified the office, he had already struck a deal to run away with the registration party and take our party to William Ruto. And that's why we don't trust him. I don't even think he's going to deliver. You can ask Atwoli. Atwoli alisema Secretary General wa chama atako nyumbani anaosha mtoto wakati chama inahitaji kuongozwa. Shanzi sana.
But then just quickly, when
Yes.
William Ruto, Mr. Ruto went to Kakamega 2 weeks ago, last weekend, they were together even with the Babu Akusi. Now they're united together with the Tuoli. So I mean,
That's exactly what I'm saying. He missed, Babu Namwamba was something in the Grand Coalition. And I think Baba trusted him completely, and Baba wanted to make something out of him. It's only that he became too greedy and started to eat from both plates. But if he stayed put, he would. People like Joho was not measuring up. Namwamba was something that time. But when he began to flip-flop, that's when Joho came from behind, overtook him, Kina Junet came and overtook him and all that and all that. So it's his continuous misbehavior. Now that they are betrayers, both of them, I don't think they will become much. Can I play a video before Alex come back to continue with his submission? Amma, which one do you prefer, Alex? Video first or you go first?
Let me make a comment on Ababu Namwamba.
Carry on.
We overrated Ababu Namwamba. My father used to tell me people don't change. They reveal their character when they get money. When you look at Ababu Namwamba, his flashness, opulence, and the way he does his things is not somebody you can trust. Ababu Namwamba is so flashy. That's not somebody who can deliver anything. I want to tell my friend that if you are hoping that Ababu Namwamba is going to change the sport department, you are in a rude shock. There is something that I don't know, sijui ni pepo mbaya. When people enter UDA, they degenerate. They become delinquents. They stop being the people that you thought they were. So don't expect a delinquent to perform. You are lying to us here. Ababu Namwamba is a delinquent.
Let me play the video, then order, please. Thank you very much. Let's listen out to this as we proceed with the conversation.
have hit out at Azimio leader Raila Odinga, terming his call for protests as a misplaced priority in his quest to keep the government in check. Speaking at a church fundraiser in Malava, Kakamega County, leaders present, led by President Ruto's aide Farouk Kibet, called on the opposition leader to play his role objectively. Laura Otieno with the details.
With sections of leaders allied to the opposition faulting the proposed constitutional amendments through the bicameral parliament, allies of President William Ruto have jumped to his defense, castigating Azimio leader Raila Odinga for failing to take his rightful place in the current dispensation. Speaking at a fundraising drive at the Luanda Catholic Church in Kakamega County, the leaders accused Odinga of losing the plot, condemning his call for mass action against what Odinga has said were extremes imposed by the William Ruto-led government.
Wewe tafadhali fanya kazi ambayo ni muhimu ya kuangalia kwenye serikali inakosea, unakosoa serikali kwa sababu uko na nafasi hiyo kwa saa hii. Maneno ya kukataa uchaguzi, maneno ya kutukana Chebukati, hii maneno ingine yote ya maandamano, nyinyi mnaona itasaidia Kenya kweli? Sasa tunataka tuwe na ofisi maalum ya kuangalia uendeshaji wa serikali ile inaongozwa na Mheshimiwa William Ruto, ili afanye oversight ya kuangalia Mheshimiwa William Ruto anafanya kazi namna gani. Hiyo inasaidia Wakenya ama inasaidia Mheshimiwa William Ruto?
Other leaders who attended the event include Higher Education PS Beatrice Nyangala, Malava legislator Malulu Njendi, and President William Ruto's aide Farouk Kibet, urging residents to give the government time to deliver on its promises.
Hii serikali sio ya William Ruto. Hii serikali ni ya Wakenya, watu ya Malava. Kabla rais hajaomba nafasi ya pili, lazima tuombe yeye aje hapa angalie ile kazi.
The leader said the president was committed to the revival of the economic fortunes of the region.
Okay, Alex, you can carry on with your submission.
You see, the video you just put on, my take is this. They are putting Baba on a trap. They have realized that we are so pissed off, and they have realized that somebody like Gaucho can mobilize people, and we walk to State House. Now they are creating an office so that they can appease him. Unfortunately, this is where I hate Baba. Baba sometimes anadanganywa na watu, anafanya vitu ambazo sio kweli. If Baba knew why that office is being created, it's because they know they did not win the election. They know majority of Kenyans are pissed off. They know that by January, schools zikifunguliwa, wakati school fees itakosa, hizo vitu zote, Wakenya are going to go to uprising. Now they want to create an office for him to appease so that Baba can keep quiet. That is the worst thing Baba can do. Yes, we need that office. But after a while, we need to show our anger so that things can change, Bernard. Maize flour, school fees, mafuta needs to come down before Baba takes that job. But if Baba takes that job, many people are going to leave him. If Baba takes that job, Kenyans are so pissed off. We are going to stop loving Baba. And we have alternatives. So that is a trap on Baba. And he should be wise enough. The problem with Baba is, atakangi kukosea mtu. But Bernard, sometimes, kama mtu anakuletea ujinga, lazima mkosane na yeye. January ndio hii inakuja, Bernard. University, sahi hawaendi kulipa 60,000. They are going to pay almost like 180,000. Kenyans are getting poor each day. So I think they have decided to trap Baba. The problem with Baba is that Baba atakangi kukosea mtu yote. Baba should not take that office. We as his supporters must tell him that
Alex, there is no office to be taken. There's no office to be taken, and Baba is not taking any office. If you listen to the video, the Azimio is opposed to the creation of the office. So the pusher of the office is Kenya Kwanza. Why? Because they are afraid of Azimio taking to the street. Why? Because they know Kenyans and the majority of Kenyans are in solidarity with Baba. And so, and then the way the office is created in such a way that it is a ceasefire program. Ruto is the one who wrote to the parliament to initiate the process against the ruling of the Supreme Court. So he knows that the thing will go to parliament, it will be dragged, and then as it is being dragged, it will go to court, and the court will still uphold what they said about the president initiating any form of amendment of the constitution. And so the office will die after it has wasted the time. What Kenya Kwanza is doing now is buying time so that Baba can postpone maandamano. Baba rudi haraka, tuanze hii kazi Monday.
So Bernard, it will be a tactical blunder when we are having a liberation movement for Baba to take that kind of office. We are not going to allow him. What scared Ruto is when we went to Kamkunji. I was one of the people who sent money to Gaucho to mobilize. And we were fearing how many people are going to come. But people came from Kakamega, people came from Busia, people came from Garissa, people came from all over. It was not even Nairobians who went to that meeting. So when they saw that meeting, they got scared. We are dealing with a president who is a criminal. ICC hajamaliza maneno yake huko. So we cannot allow Baba to have a handshake with that, because by taking that office, it's like they are doing a handshake. We must resolve our problems, which are economical and social. Thank you, Bernard.
And political. There is no 2027 without settling 2022. So this Mandamano is about the settlement of 2022.
And also judicial.
Know what
and
happened.
Yes.
Yeah, political, of course, judicial, yes. Unajua hii revolution mimi vile naiona itafagia kufagia. Itafagia judiciary, itafagia parliament, itafagia executive. Watu watakaa sawa sawa. Ni hii itapika watu pasi vizuri, wanyoshwe. Hii nchi inapaswa kurekebishwa, na kurekebishwa tu lazima, unajua, those of you use computers, if your Windows is corrupt, it doesn't matter which software you add, it will not work. And when that has happened, you need to format the machine, put in a new new softwares. This country needs to be formatted. And since we went to election to format it, and the elections did not succeed in formatting, we need to apply other means of formatting it. Just like you attempt to format your machine and it refuses, there is how we deal with it. Sisi wajuaji. If the hard disk refuses to be formatted in a certain way, there is how to make it get formatted, and then you will be able to get your machine to work as good as new. And therefore, this country is in a position where it can be overhauled through constitutional means, but it requires a commitment and a forceful approach, which I believe Kenyans are equal to the task. Let the game begin. Naomba tumsikilize nani? Tumsikilize brother Benson, alafu Bogon, and then Derek. Kwa hiyo mkururo tu, tusonge mbio mbio.
Hey, Mr. Bernard, habari gani?
Niko salama, nashukuru. Namna gani huko?
Alex, Iceland, Leah, and everybody. Mi niko Kisumu. Today I was within Kisumu County. Tomorrow I will be in Homa Bay. Then I will do Migori. Then come back to Kisumu again. So I want just to see how the counties are doing.
How is Kisumu? Aja Kondele.
Kisumu is very fine. I'm just Kondele. I'm just that area where I'm staying right now. So anyway, it's good to be here, and
I hope you will not be suspected to be the forerunner of the planning of maandamano.
no,
Unajua
no,
Kenya
no, no,
Kwanza wako very suspicious. So
no, no,
jitetee
no,
tu
no, no,
mapema, unaweza kuwa
no.
marked.
Actually, Bernard, I have like 3 forums that I will be doing. So it's going to be a very constructive forums about leadership and so many things. Anyway, that will come. So today we were watching the finals. As you know, I was a France. I was supporting France. I want to disagree with my brother Leo about what he said um, about the some of our brothers who are in France who ran away from Africa. I don't think they ran away. If you look at their history, none of those young kids, their parents, they were given, their birth was in France, but their parents maybe came to look for good pastures, and during their time there, God blessed them with kids. So the kids kind of like took the nationality where they were born. And if you listen to them, they are always they appreciate Africa so much. If you have interaction with some of their close associates, they will tell you how much they love Africa. For your information, some of them even send their money back at home to help in the charity. So they did not run away to be with the colonizers the way you say, but like it just happened that they were given, their births were given over there. So at least sometimes, as much as we might see that they are colonizers, but like our brothers, some of them are doing great work that we need to appreciate them. And that is something that is there, brother. Let's just appreciate them, and always advise them or remind them like there's a place called home. If they have something for us they can bring, we will always receive those gifts that they give us to help us at home. That's something that is there. We need to be human, you know. These are our brothers who are playing. We need to say something very good for them, even to thank them where they've reached. They've done us proud as they did last time. Another thing is about what the IG say. What I would like to, I just wanna ask our men in uniform. I know there's some criminals who deserve to get that, but like before they do that, they should consider, you know, at least bring somebody to book so that we could know what was the motive of doing that. Yeah. So, but some are criminal. If it reaches a situation whereby our men and women in uniform, they feel that their life is at risk, they should use what is necessary, at least to save their life. They should not just leave it, but at the same time, they should weigh the options. So I think like in the battlefield, they will have the right to make a good decision that will favor the victim and them. So that is also there. About the mass action, is a good thing. Is a very good thing, because like we have issues that we feel as a country we need to address. Yeah, because like that is the only avenue where the citizen can air their issues if the leaders do not want to do something that is benefiting the people. But like my humble request to our brothers who are going to do mass action, if it is called, just remember, don't steal any of our brothers, or don't do destruction. If you go to any shop of the people selling in the street, those are our brothers. They are with us. Maybe sometimes they're not on the street, but the pain that we are feeling, they feel it too. Everything that we are going through, they feel it too. So we need to do it in a very respectful way, so that we can show the world how mature we are when it comes to mass action, by airing out our views in a very clear way, not in a very violent manner. Even the men in uniform, they are our brothers. If we do it in the correct way, if we do it in a way that does not disturb the people or the businessmen, they will always protect us. That is something that I'm asking my brothers. If that call comes, let us do it in a very respectful way, in a very messaging way that is democratic. Yes, so that's what I can say. But Mr. Bernard, I'm still traversing the counties. I'm in Kisumu, Migori. I will do all, then give you the full report. That's all what I can say right now.
Okay, thank you, Brother Benson, and thank you for the good work you're doing. I think leadership is key to the betterment of lives and changes in our society. If we can address the leadership, then we are sure things will get in place. Nothing works well when we have wrong leadership, and that's why wanasema samaki huoza kuanzia kwa kichwa. Alex amesema sijui nini huwa kinafanyika mtu akijoin UDA. Inaonekana they unscrew their head and go there, or if they arrive there with their head, they need to be injected into that UDA thinking mode, whereby you must suspend your ability to rationally look at things critically. You just look at them at William Ruto's limit and what he allows you to see, what he allows you to say, what he allows you to express. Critical thinking and placing priorities in terms of the country comes first, people come second, leaders come second. Things like those don't count. In UDA, it has to be Ruto and Ruto alone, and it has to be UDA, and UDA must win, UDA must get, UDA it has to get it by force, by fire, by everything. If it's not UDA, nothing should hold. Now that approach, sioni ikisaidia. So let's keep the conversation going. Naomba to get this short clip and then Bogon can make his submission. Bogon, naamini bado huko.
Nico.
Hey, kidogo tu, then you will pick up.
I didn't even have a passport. And then I went back. I went back to the street. Mimi ni Nelly, nilienda Mary Hill Girls, nilipata A, nilipata scholarship ya America, hata sina hata passport. Then the MP heard about it. Akaorganize nikapata passport. Now I have a passport. I got a passport in 2 days. Then it's like I need a visa. I need an air ticket. Went back. Mimi ni Nelly, nilipata A, naenda America, niko na passport, nafaa kureport na 2 weeks. I don't even have an air ticket. I kept saying until I met Raila. Raila gave me 300,000. That's how I feel.
Yes, go on.
Yes. Habari ya jioni. Sorry, niko najaribu kuzima nini ndio niweze kusikika. I hope sahii mtanisikiza vizuri. Niko na shida kidogo ya net. Plus niko kwa giza, alafu mimi ni mweusi kidogo, kuonekana inakuanga balaa. So hii World Cup by the way, kulingana, unanisikiza lakini Bernard, kama ulikuwa unasema nini?
Yeah, uko sawa, endelea tafadhali.
Alright, nice. So yeah, hii World Cup imekuwa awesome. As Alex alikuwa anasema before hata tuingilie kwa game, the preparation na vile imekuwa staged, hii World Cup imekuwa, I think this is one of the best. I don't know, sijui hizo zingine siwezi nikalinganisha, lakini hii imekuwa ni poa kwa sababu one thing yenye nimekuja kuona, hii World Cup imeprove that in this world we don't need to conform. Kulikuwa na a lot of bashing kwa mainstream media, mambo ya issues na rights za watu wa rainbow colors, pamoja na mambo sijui ya slavery, what nini, kulikuwa na kelele nyingi, but wameonyesha we don't really need to conform. Tuko na culture yetu. When you come to us, you also need to respect us. You will not impose your tabias on us and then kwetu tuko sawa. On that mimi nimefurahia sana, and that one should be a wake up call to African nations, especially when it comes to governing, so that kama vile China walijitoa, they have never been a threat to anybody until now. There are people, ni watu wenye wako na ushawishi mkubwa sana duniani kwa sababu they did not conform. They led themselves the way they saw fit, that's beneficial to themselves. Na in the end, saizi tunaimba their tune when we want anything from them. So si lazima tukae kwa hiyo yoke ya the West ambao wanataka kutufinyilia na vitu mingi chini. Kila siku ni propaganda this, propaganda that. Niliona watu wa LGBTQ walikataliwa kabisa. Mpaka kuna bendera, by the way, sijui ni nchi gani, sijui inaitwa Borogodhia, kitu kama hiyo, ilikuwa iko na strip ya karibu kama rainbow. So the FIFA officials wa Qatar wakuwa naelewa ni nini. They almost kicked off those fans from attending the match. Ndio wakaambia hapana, hii ni nchi na ni participating country. Wakafungua the whole flag and then they noticed, okay, we are sorry. Yeah, it was that serious. Mtu akuja kuleta hapa hivi maagenda zenu. It is football and football only. Field zilikuwa very accessible, kumekuwa na free services, transport services, very indiscriminate, na everybody alikuwa na feel ni kama ako at home. Mpaka hata ukiangalia vizuri ni kama Wakatari walikuwa wageni kwao. A very good show. I liked it. Alafu sasa ndio ikafika ni finali. Finali yenyewe imekuwa ni kama thriller. Until the last match, nobody knew what was going to happen. It was nice. Anyway, talking of which, mimi football, I think for the last 4 years, niliwatch last final, ambayo ilikuwa sijui France na nchi gani, nimesahau hata. And then I've watched this World Cup, I've watched 3 games. Na niyo, mi si watchingi football, I don't like football kwa sababu, nimekuwa nikiona football ni kama, especially since nini ilikuwa introduced, mambo ya betting, football imekuwa ni kama ni our handicap sisi wa Kenya, kwa sababu imetumika kutufanya youth wetu wamekuwa docile sort of. Nakumbuka there is a time tulikuwa tuko na nini inaendelea, campaigns zinaendelea, and then there was a match na Raila was to be somewhere, and then people hata hapa kwa hii group, kwa hii channel yetu, there are people who missed so that they could watch game. Hata wengine walikuwa wanasema acha nikimbie kwanza ni watch game, and I was like what is this? Inafanya tuangalie ile mambo yenyewe ni important, because sisi wenyewe tuko nyuma in a lot of things and we need to fix ourselves before tuanze kuangalia hii. And plus mambo ya betting imefanya mpaka kuna sports zenye hatujai hata taka kujua kama zina exist. Kama kuna huyu jamaa anaitwa Alex Honnold, kitu kama hiyo, mwenye anafanyanga hii freeing solo, ile kupanda mamawe bila kamba nini. Kuna vitu mingi sana yenye tunaweza explore, but now everybody is thinking that football is the way, betting is the way. Sijui kwa nini waliamua kuleta nini karibu almost the same time, mambo ya betting kukubaliwa Kenya almost the same time na siku zenye bodaboda zilikuja, so na zikakuwa unregulated sort of, so that zimeflood sokoni mpaka unapata mimi sijui kama kuna biashara yote inaendelea na watu wa bodaboda. Nobody makes anything. And then there is a win that happened, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 days ago, ambayo to me is a loss. There is somebody that won 200 million for betting. And again also kuna ule Abisai. And again kuna huyu influencer mkubwa ni Drake, rapper Drake. Alibet na akawin. Now everybody thinks like their future watapata mpenyo kwa maisha yao kupitia betting. To me that one haikuangi kitu poa sana.
na especially now that tuko na serikali yenye ilikuwa installed na Mungu in quotes, siwaangalie hiyo kitu, na kwa sababu hata ukiangalia kwa Biblia nobody made it through bahati, nasibu of any kind. So yeah, that's all I can say about football, and that's what I think about football. I'm not a big fan, isipokuwa napenda, I like the talent in it, but vile tumeichukulia, unajua sisi wa Kenya kidogo mara nyingi hatuna vipimo, unless tupimiwe hatujui kujipimia, tunaendanga tu excess. So about hiyo issue ya mti ambaye hiyo shoot to kill order, my take is this: ukiangalia like in the US na UK na these other established countries, unapata if a crime happens, na hata ukiangalia kuna ile inaitwangaje, minimal enforceable force, inasemanga try to protect life. Haimaanishi ni life ya criminal ama ya victim, but whichever the case, try as much as you can to use the minimal required force, so that ikuwe ni the last resort tunakimbilia kuua. Hii serikali ilitoa shoot to kill order. I mean walitoa wale watu wenye walikuwa nasema ati ilikuwa ni kikosi ya kuua watu, lakini tena wamesema sasa wamehalalisha anybody mwenye ako na gun sasa auwe na hata shiko na IPOA. By the way, that was like a direct order to IPOA, please toeni macho huko hivyo, you are not going to investigate anything, you are not going to indict anyone for this. Na utapata itafanyika ni kuwa ukweli nyingi itapotea. Na nilikuwa najaribu kuongelea kuhusu US na hizo established countries, ni kwa sababu gani? Unapata when a crime happens, they need to go to the depth of it, kupata the right mtu mwenye alihusika. If kitu ilifanyika na kulikuwa na culpability, the perpetrator lazima atafute the exact person. But now with shoot to kill order, unaweza pata mtu mwenye ameshutiwa, he had nothing to do, and the only way to hide yourself is to say that guy ndo alikuwa culprit, alikuwa jambazi na ameuliwa. So the real jambazi yako huko nje, and if jambazi atatoka na a get away na crime, chances yeye kurudia iko very very high. So in the end, the one thing yenye unajaribu kumaliza ndio unaipropagate, itakuwa inaendelea all the more. So according to me, sijui wanataka kufanya kwa sababu kwa nia gani, but it's a self defeating move. Hiyo ningekuwa naweza kwa advice, ningewaambia waache, na it doesn't go without saying they will kill at the end of the day. Hata wapi, nchi gani ile mzuri kabisa, shoot to kill, it's allowed, yes, but not that much mpaka inatangazwa hivyo, nasema ndio askari ya kuprotect mpaka ajiprotect kwanza. These people are cowards. Most of us tumewahi kuwa maaskari, lakini sababu yenye ilitupeleka pale hivyo ni shida ya pesa, it's not the passion for the work. So nikisikia kwa ile kona kuna shimoli na ako na bunduki, I will not need to see that guy. Nitapiga hiyo kona mpaka ikuwe curve. Mwenye ako kwa hiyo kona hiyo side nyingine, kama alikuwa amebeba rungu ama amebeba nini, ya kufe. Niko safe, because at the end of the day mimi nilikuwa nimekuja hapa kwa sababu ya pesa. Niko na payslip, nilikuwa naweza kuchukua loan so that nilikuwa naweza kujenga ili ni conform juu society imenipeleka mbio. I need to be married at I think 25. I need to be having a piece of land by 30. I need to have built. I need to be this and this. Yeah, by the way tuko na pressure nyingi sana hii Kenya yetu. Tunataka na in fact tuachane na hii mambo mingi. Ukiona mtu wako ati sasa wewe Bernard umekuja umetembea nyumbani umenipata mimi ni ndugu yako mdogo juu umekaa Amerika kwa muda mrefu na niuliza na ulioa. Tuache hizo pressure. Wazungu waulizane kama ulioa, na kama mliolewa waulizane kama umezaliwa, umezaa, na kama umezaa waulizi kama umezaa 10 ama ni 3 ama ni wanini. Ni wewe. If it suits you to stay single for the rest of your life, that's you. Tuachane hii mambo ya conformity. By the way, tunapeana. In fact, that's the reason why we are now 50 million, and in the next 10 years we will be over 63 million Kenyans. Shamba inaendelea kudisintegrate, ile yenye tuliachiwa like I know kwetu tuliachiwa like 50 acres and we are 11, and because of conformity na tunataka kushindana na baba, now kila mtu anaangalia hiyo 50 because tukijaribu kufikiria kuongeza shamba zaidi kununua saizi ni expensive and we don't have the means. Tunapata ni ile shamba imekatika katika mpaka barabara yenye inapita ndani yake ni kubwa kushinda shamba yenye watu wako nayo. So we need to stop that, we really do. Na so according to me hiyo mambo ya shoot to kill tuachane na hiyo na tuachane na kupeana mapresha mingi. So yangu ni hayo tu kwa sasa. I'm here, tunaendelea kusikiza. Yep, tuendelee.
Okay, thank you so much, Pogon, for that overview of especially that shoot to kill order. It appears to me that Kenya Kwanza gives with one hand and takes with the other, or they are not serious about anything they say. And like you have well put it, police practice is meant to safeguard lives, not to terminate lives. And you're only supposed to use your gun when it is necessary. The police training program, it trains you to refrain from shooting, not to be trigger happy. If you have been properly trained as a police officer, it is more of how many dangers can you evade without necessarily shooting. But now, if the inspector general tells you that anytime that gun you have sio kalamu ya kuandikia, I think that's irresponsible and uncalled for, and simply shows how incompetent these people are, although they are charged with greater responsibility. If safeguarding lives is not the focus of the police officers, then we are all endangered. We are all endangered because if you fall in the hands of criminals, you are in trouble. You fall in the hands of the police, you are in trouble. So where do you run to? And now, what was wrong with the squad that was being disbanded, that had been put up by Kinoti? Now that you're coming up now with a general squad of shoot to kill, I think we need to wake up and realize that Kenya Kwanza is not serious. It's not serious in terms of executing right policies that will enhance safety of Kenyans based on the rule of law. They want to select which law to apply and which law to overlook. It's a very sad state of affairs, and I believe we need to agitate for the required change. Scaring criminals will not do away with crimes. Criminals can only be handled with law and then with the diligence, investigation, and utilization of intelligence. Most of the crimes being arranged can be aborted without anybody losing life because we are engaging intelligence to get right information to lead us to where the criminals are. Then we are able to abort the ills within the country. But if we are left intelligence for rigging elections, and then intelligence for using which information to stop who. There was a time when intelligence was now used to monitoring the movement of Raila Odinga. What is he planning? What is he thinking? The intelligence that we are supposed to deploy and we are paying is supposed to safeguard every Kenyan. It's all about watching the moves of Raila Odinga. What is he planning? Who did he call? Monitor his phone calls and all that. This madness needs to come to an end. Well,
Kidogo sikuwa
no,
kuna kitu yenye sikuwa nimesahau kuongelea kuhusu hiyo watu wa UDA na kuingilia baba mambo ya mass actions. Actually, what happens is these people are scared. You remember the Kamkunji meeting? Yeah, we turned up. Sisi mpaka na generation, the fourth generation kutoka sisi tulitokelezea wote. Now they were scared. They imagine they had to bribe these people with fictitious inaitwaje hiyo scholarship ndio wapate numbers wenye watajaza naye Nyayo. Now they are thinking they're not going to use the same gimmicks to get people for the next meeting they will be having. So what they needed to do is to make sure there is no more mass action, so that they have nobody else to be competing with. And you know, Baba is getting that bragging rights to stand up and to talk on our behalf, because there is number, and we need to show ourselves that we are behind Baba full time, all the time. So if they're saying there is no mass action, they want to make it look like this guy has nobody behind him, and they're going to make it look like now he's old, he has nobody following him. So we are all following Ruto. So according to me, I'm reading woga, tena ile ya hali ya juu, tena woga mbaya sana, na bado tuko. In fact, there will come a time hata Baba asipoitisha mass action, tutaita Baba kwa mass action yetu. Wajue tuko, wanakataza Baba lakini sisi tuko. Kama Baba ataingia box yao, sisi hatutatoshea hiyo box yao, ni kidogo. Asante.
All right, thank you so much. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Derek. Derek, umeenda nyuma ya curtain tena. Tafadhali wale watu mko nyuma ya curtain mnaharibu video. Derek, are you still there? Yes.
Yes, habari ya Bernard.
Niko salama, namna gani?
I'm a bit nataka niseme hivi kidogo. Unajua kuna wale wenye wako busy and kuna wenye at least hii line ni kubwa. Let's just take the few minutes that we can, because nimejaribu ku calculate minutes, nimengojea hapa it's around 1 hour 20 minutes. So let's minimize on the words. Sio kwa ubaya, ni ombi tu. Kitu ya pili, I want to go straight to the hiyo mada yenye iko hapa. One, nilikuwa na support France, and at least what do we say, mwenye haki mpe. Sawa, Argentina imewin, tunakubali, hiyo ni football, lazima kuwe na mshindi na mshindaji. I'm not good in Kiswahili, but in the issue of Africans like wamejai kwa club ya France, what will we say? Africa tumeharibika, and that is a fact. Africans tumeharibika. There is a statement circulating that the father of Mbappe, sijui alikuwa anataka Mbappe acheze, is it Cameroon? And the money that he was asked was much, and the France whatever haikuwa inauliza anything. So you see, he had to take the boy back, and now that boy is shining there. So tukubali Africa, as much as we want Africa to develop, tukubali Africa tuko na upungufu mingi, tuko na issues tu zetu, and that's why we can't even progress somewhere. We have a lot of intelligence, but we are not using it because of vitu kama corruption zimeingilia. So issue kama Kenya, we have got best players, lakini we can't go hata African Cup of Nation, hatuwezi fika hata group stage. Kwa nini? Poor management. Because in Kenya right now, angalia sasa CS, how can you, unaweza ikaje mtu kama Babu na Mambo kwa CS wa sport? Huyu ni mtu unamchukua unaweka foreign minister huko bana. Sasa unakuja kumweka kwa sport afanye nini? Surely that is where we go wrong. Unaona, a good example happened, sijui ilikuwa Cameroon, sijui ilikuwa Ghana. Is it the coach? He was a former player, but what is he doing? He's doing the best. Hebu angalia kitu huyu jamaa anafanya, amepeleka hiyo team mpaka wapi? So here we have good players. Mtu kama Ghost Mulee was a very good coach. Alifanya vitu 1 2 3 1 month akalead Kenya, sijui ilikuwa imefika wapi. But what happened? Ujinga tu yetu imefanya huyu jamaa resign. So sisi kama hatuwezi makinika, there is nowhere we are going. Angalia hata wakimbiaji wenye wamejaa US. Ukiangalia ni Kipngeno, sijui ni wa Kenya wamejaa huko. They go where there is a greener pasture. Kama hatuwezi regulate na moderate nini yetu, mambo zetu za Afrika ama Kenya and all that, we can't go anywhere. Unadazo, unaona wachezaji wanakimbia wanaenda Tanzania, wanaenda kucheza kwa hizo club huko because they are well paid, wanakuwa managed vizuri and all that. Hiyo nitaachia hapo. Game imeisha, World Cup imeisha, at least it was a nice competition. The best final that will go in history of books. I loved the match and all that. Two, I want to talk about the issue of shoot to kill. This issue of shoot to kill, it is not bad, but sasa problem inaingilia, where do you shoot to kill? Who do you shoot to kill? Why do you shoot to kill? Now, Bernard, I want to tell you this, and it's a fact. We can go and do some arithmetic about it. Hii kitu imeletwa juu baba anakuja mbaya. Imesemekana baba anakuja vibaya. And these people are afraid 100 days inaisha na baba anakuja vibaya. Sasa baba akikuja vibaya, how do they realize baba anakuja vibaya? The issue of Kamkunji. And don't tell me IG anaweza toa hizi orders bila kutoka kwa president. I'm telling you hizi vitu zinapangwa. Na hawa watu they are testing waters. Ukiangalia sasa akina nani walienda kufanya nini? Why are they telling baba sijui what is the issue of office? Wanaona kinaweza umana. And that's why unaona hizi issues za shoot to kill zinakuja sahi. So Wakenya tumakinike, think as much as watu tunajipanga, ujue kuna watu wanajipanga na wanajipanga ile ya haramu. So sio siri anymore. IG hawezi toka tu msituni wala mahali akuja aseme shoot to kill. Sio shoot to kill hawezi, sio shoot to kill ya Al-Shabaab and all that. Ni shoot to kill ya normal mwananchi. I'm not lying to you. Sasa tukienda street protest, hii mastori zingine ndio utasikia. Mastori zingine, and I tell you, ni mastori zingine ndio utasikia. 2, 3, I want to talk about what was it? The issue of what? Is it nimepoteza network kama ni nini? I will come back. I'm a bit distracted. I will come back.
Okay, thank you, Derek. Thank you. A good angle to look at it, and it's nothing new. It's nothing new. I am sure that there is always a way around it. One of the things that makes the Kenyan people to experience the transformations that we have had in many years against the system. The new constitution came against the system. The peeling of Section 2A came against the system. Every progress this country has made is when people refused to be afraid of the bullet and went out of their way to enforce what they saw it was rightfully theirs. When we had a police state in the 90s and in the 80s, where you couldn't go anywhere, I mean, you can't say anything. Now, all that space was gotten by the song that Raila Odinga sings, Warushe Risasi, Sitarudi Nyuma. So it is a matter of Kenya Kwanza need to prepare themselves, because you will not shoot 1 million people. You don't even have those 1 million. There is no gun that has 1 million bullets. So let them get set. And then kuna mtu hapa anaitwa Gitau. Gitau ana story yake hapa anasema, the way I heard you people discuss shooting issue is primitive and misinformed. The IG was crystal clear on when, where, and to whom, why, and how police officers can use guns. He even gave a good example of people throwing arrows to the police. Some of you are talking so foolishly as if they don't know that arrows harm more than harm more by far than bullets. Imagine a poisoned arrow piercing you. Bwana Gitau, the law stipulates that when you are attacked by a rungu, you cannot respond with gun. If you're attacked by a knife, you cannot respond with a weapon that is higher than the weapon that is being used against you in self-defense. There are different ways of dispersing herders or even people when they're hurling arrows or stones. It is not live bullets. Then, before even the arrows began to be shot against the police or whoever, where was the intelligence? How a situation like that can be arrested without necessarily allowing it to get confrontational? By the time the people are shooting arrows, that's too late. You're moving in too late. That's when you use it as an excuse to shoot people because you have seen an arrow. How do you tell that arrow is poisoned or not poisoned? Wanagitau, and look at the law, look at the life. The police exist to protect life, not to take lives. Don't reason. You are the one reasoning foolishly, as if the law is meant to kill criminals or police force exist for killing criminals. People who break the law are supposed to be dealt with according to the law, and the law protects them even when they're on the wrong. And that is where we stand. So if the police are being arrows are being shot against them, let them get their own arrows and answer with arrow, arrow for arrow, spear for spear, stone for stone, bullet for bullet. That is what the law envisions. Not somebody's coming with mawe na wewe unashoot na live bullet. That's wrong. It's against the law. So go and talk to your lawyer if you think what I'm saying is not accurate. All the same, there are many ways of dispersing chaos, and it requires brains. It requires groundwork. It requires, there are so many ways of stopping people from, violating the law. It doesn't have to be bullet. It doesn't have to be violent. It doesn't have to be shooting. These issues that police have to use gun in order to dispel an issue, it is not, it beats all understanding. Because those herders or those people with arrows, walking with arrows, there is a reason why they are doing so. Okay, and then if there is a confrontation, what do they do in terms of groundwork? There are many issues that have been disputes that have been settled between communities. You work through elders, you work through different communities, you negotiate. You don't send police to shoot people and you claim that they were carrying arrows that are poisoned. Wacha kutafuta excuse ya kuvunja sheria. Asante, nashukuru wote, tuendelee kwa pamoja tunapoangazia siasa zetu, alafu kusherekea Argentina for World Cup and the hits and the misses of the entirety of World Cup. Naambiwa Qatar ilifanya kazi nzuri ya maandalizi. Kila mtu aliyekwenda katika World Cup alishughulika vizuri. Hakuwa na mambo mengi ya kukosa kuhudumiwa. There were enough hotel rooms, there were enough accommodation for everybody. Unless you went and suffered, you may come and tell us otherwise. But those that were on the ground, wanatuambia kila kitu kilienda sawa sawa. Tuendelee pamoja, tuangazie masuala haya kwa kina. Kwa nini Kenya Kwanza inaogopa maandamano? Kama wana numbers, kama vile wana claim, wanasema they were democratically elected. That is what the president said in the USA. If you are democratically elected, that means you have a crowd that protects you. You have a crowd that will stand up and defend your presidents. You don't need to be afraid of mass action. But the reason why you are afraid of mass action is because you don't have mass backing. Nimesema mingi. Derek, are you lifting your hand?
Nasikia vizuri. sana.
Aya, tamatisha.
Okay,
Sikilize Moses.
Sawa, wacha nimalizie na kusema hivi, like I wanted to tell Alex usikuwe na wasiwasi. Raila saa hii sio ule Raila wa, kuna kitu Wajaluo wanasema bongesa hata tudanganya tena. Raila saa hii hawezi danganywa, wacha nikwambie. And hata wale ma-advisors wa Raila sio wale wenye unadhania walitufanya wenye walitufanya. Saa hii Raila anasikiza grounds, and that's why hata hiyo story ya Kamkunji it happened. You see, hata Raila kwenda US, unajua hiyo mission ya US haiku tamatika. I'm telling you for a fact, go and do your findings. Haiko tamatika. Kwa nini? Raila anasikiza ground sahi. Sorry ya handshake hiyo hatuwezi kubali. And now when Raila comes here, Raila is not going to agree the issue of that office. Your office waijenge baada ya 2027. Sahi we want story ya 22 iishe ndio tukuje kwa 2027. Hivyo tu wenye ulisema no 2027 without 2022 to be solved. Hivyo tu. Alafu lastly, sasa niukulize Bernard na hao panelist. Sasa huyu jamaa surely unaenda US kukua bell ringer. Alafu unabeba bibi. Bwana, unajua kuna vitu zingine hawa watu hiyo dieto tunaonyesha maneno bwana. Surely unabeba bibi unaenda kuring naye bell USA. Hata sikuwa naona Uhuru akibeba bwana mama Margaret saa zote hivi. I don't know what is happening. Is it that hii uongozi ilikuja kwa familia yenye haijai kuwa na, I thought Ruto had money and Ruto amezoea hizi vitu. Inakati kama pesa imeshtua Ruto bwana, ama mimi ndo naona hiki kitu peke yangu. I don't understand what is going on. Hii serikali iko tu mix and match. How can you carry a whole first lady unatembea nayo bwana saa zote? Who is guiding these women back here? Sahi nafaa ni expect president akiwa US, the lady is here at least mobilizing issues za hospitali hawa mama kuzaa, issues za mama kwa ground, but you are carrying a whole first lady mnaenda ku ring bell US. Bana si wenyewe ndo tunajiangushaga. Acha nimalizie hapo.
Okay, bell ringer. When alikuanga in school we used to call them timekeeper. Oh, they say no. Hii story ya kutembea na madam is a big issue, especially as watu wa church. Okay, kuna vile ambavyo kwa mabishop wamelazimisha watu kwamba ukiwa wewe ni pastor, mkewa akuwe assistant pastor, na kila mahali unaenda naye. Si unajua ni nabii na prophetess, so I think they have fallen into that trap ya kusema mpaka madamu atokelezee kwa picha. The old politics, you were to keep your family from the limelight. It is you as a politician, it is you playing politics. You don't drag your family into the war front. You don't do that. It's unethical, it's uncalled for, and is unnecessary. But simply because they have now gotten money to go and misuse, they want to carry everybody along. Moses, mbio tumsikilize Chaga. Moses, enda mbio, daka zako 2-3 zimeanza.
Okay, asante Bernard. How are you? The Iceland plus all those people on this platform. Maybe plus those who are watching outside there. We also start with World Cup. Actually, I supported the 4 teams, but I lost with all of them. Started with England, followed by Brazil, then Morocco, finally France. But at least France, he put a big fight, which will remain on record forever. Also, someone talked about Germany, that they are pure white. Every team in World Cup, at least it has got the African players. If there is anyone who can challenge me with anything without any African player, even one, I'm there to go. When issue of shoot and kill, shooting and killing, it has never been anywhere in the law that governs police. Maybe he was meaning maybe army, I'm not sure, but even army they kill. If there is some like when they have been attacked, not everywhere. So these people here, they are just living in the fear. They are afraid. They don't know what is next. That's what I can say. Like I told you before, like I said, Bernard, any dictator, or if someone is developing his dictatorship, will create these three things in the country. First, they create fear, such that everyone will be afraid. No one can come out and say something. Then, secondly, they make people poor, such that they can be worshipped, with their small handouts and here and there. Then also, like filling people with full of lies, even if though they know that this is not right, they make it, they polish it around to make it look like it's the right thing to go. So the way you see this government of Ruto and his deputy, it will change nothing. They don't know, they're just like they are stuck. They don't know what is next because Baba is quiet, is not giving anything. So they are just gambling here and there. They don't know what is next. But what we can assure them, even though not Baba to come out to lead Kenya to demand what is theirs, what belongs to them, the situation will force them to come out without anyone. So that one they have to be aware of it unless they change the way they are running things. So that is what I can say for now. But you can never shooting. How many policemen are in Kenya? These are over millions of people. I think they are not even a million. So that is they are just lying themselves. If people they are determined and they can shoot those, they can only shoot those ones who are not determined in doing what they believe is right. But once people decide, you cannot shoot anyone. You unless join them and move together. So that is it, Bernard. I think for now. And another thing, Bernard, WhatsApp group. You talked about WhatsApp group. How can someone join in case is interested? Thank you.
Okay, Asante Moses, we appreciate that. It's good. Let's continue talking. WhatsApp group, you give me you leave your number in the private chatter, your WhatsApp number, then we will be able to add you to either Mtembei TV WhatsApp group, or there are other sister WhatsApp groups that we work with in our political discussion on WhatsApp. So if you don't make it to the Mtembei TV WhatsApp group, you can make it to other sister groups like the Sons and the Daughters of Raila Odinga. We have Kenyan Patriots and things like that, where we all chat politics from there. So you drop your number in the private chat, then I'll forward it to the admin of the group, alafu atakuongeza ama atakutumia link na utajoin the WhatsApp groups of our political discussion. Thank you. Chaga, namna gani lakini? Chaga, are you still there? Ama uko raptured wewe?
Unanipata?
Wewe ndio huyo, nimekusikia. Sema.
Haya, niko salama brother Bernard, na wacha nimsalimie masista, my lovely sister hapo Island ni yes. Then kuna mwingine anaitwa Pagan Moses na the rest ambao wako hapo kwa panel na those wako kwa kwa comments section. Nimechaka ni mzima, namshukuru Mungu. Leo wacha kwanza nifurahikie ama nisononeke kwa sababu mimi nilikuwa France, so wenye wameluzi Argentina wamechukua sile, bado niko na maumivu. Na kile napendea France tunacheza wa Afrika watupu. Najua mimi ni mweusi na nikiona weusi wengi basi huwa naekea pale. Lakini kwa sababu katika katika mchezo kama huu basi kuna mshindi na mshindwa, basi nitabidi nikubali matokeo kwamba kombe ndio hilo limetutoka. Lakini nishukuru tu. Then tukurudi katika mada husika ambayo ipo kwamba hawa jamaa wameamua ama au jamaa Kwame amesema kwamba labda watu polisi watumie washoot with the live bullets. Ni sawa, lakini haitatustopisha sisi kuzungumza letu. Auwe Wakenya wote, lakini akumbuke kwamba Wakenya wako nyuma ya mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, kwa sababu yeye ndio mtu pekee ambaye hakika amesimama na sisi na yuko katika haki. Kwa hiyo huu ni mchecheto tu, kwa sababu wanajua kwamba maandamano kama atakuwa basi hakika yataanza kuzindua na kuvuruga vitu vingi upande wao. But this is the only way. Na kuna lingine hapa. It's all mass action that will substitute zafanya tusikike haswa na waelewe nini ambacho kipo. Pili, hapo ndipo patakapojulikana kwamba kachaguliwa demokrasia kama alivyotangaza Amerika au Odinga ndiye ambaye yuko na watu na tunaamini kwamba yeye ndo ameshinda. Hapo litajulikana mbivu na mbichi. Waache kututishia maisha hapa na mambo na live bullet. Hiyo haitatusaidia, wala hiyo haitatusimamisha kama wazalendo halisi wenye kuipendea hii Kenya mazuri, wenye ambao tunaamini kwamba hakika mambo hayendi sawa. Hivyo hilo siwe tishio, na ni muunge mkono mheshimiwa Raila Odinga kabisa kwa mass action. It seems kwamba Amerika ameenda, lakini ameenda kuwasikiza, but the only healing solution hapa ni kuhakikisha kwamba yeye amerudi back to Kenya, waamue who is the right person. Is it Ruto or is it Raila? Na ili kujua ukweli, si wabunge tu watakao tuamulia, si ma PSS watu waamulie, si ma CSS watu waamulie, si judiciary itaamulie, wala si IBC tuamulie. It's we Kenyans. Yupi tunamhitaji zaidi na yupi tunamwona ni bora zaidi. Kwa hiyo maandamano tutaendelea na support, kwa sababu hapo ndo mahali pekee tutakapopeleka hizi tashwishi zetu ambazo tuko nazo. Kwa hiyo Bernard, for real leo sitakuwa mrefu, lakini kwa jambo la maandamano na jambo la kuprotest, this is the only solution. Kwa hiyo ni waombe wa Kenya wenzangu, tuungane mkono pamoja, tuhakikishe kwamba tuna support huu mzee wetu Raila Odinga. Hata wa Mohamed wote, wanulewe wote, wapewe pesa wote, waregee kwa Kenya kwa tumbo kwisha. Tumbo kwanza, not tumbo kwisha, but tumbo kwanza. Still bado kuna Wakenya ambao hao ndo wenye nchi, hao ndo wanaangalia jinsi gani watakavyoweza kuendeshwa katika hii serikali ambayo ipo ili kwa manufaa yao. Jambo ambalo kwa kweli 100 days meisha, hakuna kitu ambacho tunaweza kujivunia nayo. Ni mambo na ahadi, mambo na siasa ya mdomo mtupu na kuchafulana jina, mambo ya serikali ambayo ni ya kuruadi wale ambao ni supporters. Na hata utakuta kwamba Rigijija aliweza kama juzi alikuwa jana haswa aliweza kwa eneo la kwao na kazungumza kile ambacho alikuzungumza kwamba hii serikali ni Wakikuyu, basi wao watapata majadifa zote za serikali, kwa maana hilo ndio penzi lao. Ni haki yake kuzungumza maneno yake, lakini kunayo maoni ya Mkenya ambaye ni mlalahoi, Mkenya ambaye anashangaa na hii harama ya maisha na ambayo ipo na hajui jinsi gani ya kuweza kutoka katika jinamizi hili la harama ya maisha. Mkenya ambaye bei za bidhaa zimepanda na hazizungumziwi, bali anapewa ahadi tu kwamba tutakuwa na pesa ya Hustler Fund, tutakuwa na hiki, tutawafanyia hivi. Kwa hiyo tumechokana na ahadi hewa, na wakati wa uongo umeisha. Kile tunakitaka hapa ni utendaji wa kazi. Kwa hiyo swala la mtoto wake Charlie kujitokeza tokeza, hilo ni jambo ambalo hata watu hawajaweza kufanya. Jambo la kuweza kutembea bibi yake kwenda kila mahali, hili pia linaleta picha mbaya na halitoweza kumsimamisha Mkenya ambaye ni mzalendo kuweza kusimamisha bibi zake. So mahali tunaweza peleka bibi zetu ni kwa yule ambaye anasimama na sisi kwa sababu ya kutaka haki katika hii Kenya, jambo ambalo hakika ni gumu, si katika Kenya tu, katika ulimwengu mzima, kwa sababu haki kuipata haswa kwa mtu ambaye hauko katika uongozi, basi sometimes inakuwa ngumu. Lakini kwa sababu tunamwamini Mungu yupo, na Mungu halali, na Mungu si athumani, na Mungu hashindani na mwanadamu, basi sauti zetu zitakuja, tutazipaza juu na zitakuja kufikia mahali, ili tuweze kunusuru hili taifa mapema, kabla hawaya wajanja wenye wakili waweze kutusambaratishia hii taifa na waweze kutuweka katika hali ya sawa mzee, kama dalili inavyojionyesha. Kwa hiyo tunasimama na Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, na pia kama atakuwa ni vipi amechoka, sisi wa Kenya wenye tujitokeze haswa. Hii hapo ndipo maneno yataweza kuisha. Hapo ndio ambapo haki itaweza kujulikana. Je, Mkenya ni muhimu ama viongozi ambao wanasiasa ndio muhimu? Hapo tajuka mbivu na mbichi. But upande wangu naamini kwamba sauti ya Mkenya ndiyo muhimu, maana hiyo ndio ambayo inafaa kusikizwa, ndiposa tukapewa nafasi kuu katika hii katiba yetu. Kwa hivyo kila nitaonya tu, baba usitingishike, baba usikubali hiyo ofisi, maana hiyo ofisi ni kupatikana mwenya tu kwa kisingizio kwamba tulimpa kazi, baadaye utakuja kupondwa, utakuja kuchekwa, utakuja kudhalalishwa, na Wakenya wataanza kuvunja imani na wewe baba. Kwa hiyo cha msingi ambacho namuomba mzee wetu Raila Odinga, asikize huyu, asikize ule, afumbe masikio. Na imani ataweza kuifikia hazina kwenye panapo support ya sisi wananchi. Kwa hiyo Bernard, mimi sitakuwa mrefu, langu tu la kuchangia ni kwamba tumsikize mzee amezungumza, akisema kesho ni Jacaranda, let's go. Akisema ni Kamkunji, twendeni. Akisema ni kwenye mahakama, twendeni. Akisema ni parliament, twendeni. Akisema state wise, ndio hapo hapo tunakwenda, kwa sababu lazima sauti zetu zisikike, ndiposa waache haya maswala na JMO, ili bosa ndo waache haya maswala na hasla fund ambayo hatujui sosi yake imetoka wapi, ndiposa waachane na hii dalili ya kutupeleka katika hali ya dictatorship, hali ya utawala ambao ni kwamba hautakuwa una kikomo kwake, ni atawale mpaka atakavyotaka. Kwa hiyo mimi kile nakiomba si kwamba napingana na yeye, kungekuwa na mazuri ningemsupport, lakini for this time kufikia sasa hivi hakuna chochote ambacho tunaweza jivunia kwao. Kwa hiyo ni government ambayo imefail kudeliver katika maisha kawaida, zaidi tu ya kumfanyisha biashara na kuweza kuzungusha pesa, na wafaidikao ni wengine, wala si mwananchi wa kawaida. Kwa hiyo Bernard, leo sitakuwa mrefu, nitakwamia pale, lakini nitawarai kabila zote za Kenya, wamejikera, si wa pwani wote, wale wako huku, Wakamba, Wakikuyu, wa Somali, wote tuungane, Wameru, Wakikuyu wote tuungane, Wanande, Wakalenjin na Wajaluo wote tuungane, walio Wateso na kila kabila tuungane pamoja, hususa wale tuko huku mashinani, kwa sababu tunabeba huo mzigo. Mzigo wa watoto unatuandama. Mwezi wa kwanza pesa zishaondolewa za kujaribu kusubside hiyo fee ambayo tutaitoa sasa, hii ishakwenda hiyo. Kwa lazima tutaanza hapo kwamba tuanze kulipia watoto wetu. Kwa hiyo harama ya masomo itakuwa hali, kama pesa imetolewa basi tujue tutabeba pesa wetu. Kwa hivyo sioni kwamba mtu akizungumzia kwamba serikali hii ni ule ushabiki, lakini kwa kweli we are now facing a bad situation. Kwa hiyo Kenya, let's unite together, tufikirie zaidi njia gani sahihi ambayo tutaweza kunusuru taifa letu. Kwa hayo machache na mengi, Bernard, na kwa muda ambao umenipa, nikushukuru kaka, asante.
Okay, thank you Chaga, we appreciate that. Jukumu liko kwetu na wajibu tuko nao. Lazima tutekeleze yale ambayo tunatakiwa kuyatekeleza kisheria na kikatiba. kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya anapata haki yake. Serikali yeyote isiyoweka maslahi ya wananchi mbele ni serikali ambayo haifai kuwepo. Uongozi wowote ambao huweki maslahi ya wananchi mbele ni uongozi ambao ni mbaya. Kwa hivyo kila Mkenya una haki ya kuhakikisha kwamba unaacha nyuma uongozi ambao utalinda vizazi vijavyo. And that's the whole reason why we're here and talking the way we are talking. We want a Kenya that every Kenyan is happy to be part of, and every Kenyan has rights and access to the resources available equally, not preference of different regions against others, and probably making others feel inferior simply because they are not from favorite regions or favorite tribes. That needs to be laid to sleep. And for that to happen, Kenyans of goodwill needs to rally together and be able to chart their future without accepting to be intimidated and to be scared into corners where dictatorship and bad leadership will have center stage in the country, whereby they will now begin to do everything in their power to see to it that they plant themselves in power forever. That seems to be the clear mandate and the clear path that Kenya Kwanza has taken. Intimidate the judiciary, intimidate the parliament, intimidate the wherever all wherever they complain about church, wherever state capture, when indeed they are the ones who are practicing the same. Now, if we will be a free people in a free country, we must remain vigilant and ensure that our liberty that we have gotten at a cost of lives, at a cost of many people who lost their lives, we don't throw it away without a fight. Thank you, everybody.
Bernard,
Yes, Wanachaga, kuna nini?
pole nilikuwa nimesahau kadogo ili nikisubmit naona baada zangu za kabisa. Sasa Wakenya wenzangu, tusikubali katiba ijaribu kuchakachuliwa. Tusikubali na hii katiba yetu tuiruhusu kirahisi, kwa sababu ni changa. Nadhani ina miaka kama 10 ama 9 tangia itengenezwe, ama 10, bado ni changa. Yale ya mple ndani mengi tu mazuri hayajaweza kufanywa kazi. Kubwa leo ni kuambia Wakenya wenzangu, yote ni 9, lakini tutazame ile katiba ambayo ndio yenye mwongozo wetu na ndio yenye kutujali sisi. Jamaa, tusiruhusu kirahisi tu itiwe mkono pale, na kama itakuwa ni lazima itiwe mkono pale, basi tuhusishwe sisi wananchi kikamilifu. Tusipelekwe bunge, wabunge wakatuamulia. Maana tumeshaona dalili ya bunge jinsi ilivyo. Utendakazi wa bunge huo mdada wa miezi 3 tumeuona, malengo yao yuko wapi? Tumeonyeshwa mfano katika kina Cherera, tumeonyeshwa mfano katika mambo mengi yenye yamepitishwa pale. Kwa hiyo kile nawaomba Wakenya wenzangu, kama katiba hii tutaruhusu, basi kwanza kabla yote kuwe na referendum. Tuchangie kile ambacho serikali hii ina propose kwamba tukifuate. Tuone, je, tumekikubali kwa kauli moja? Wakenya wamekipitisha? Tusikubali kirahisi tu wabunge watutengenezee, watuandalie wao. Majority ni wabunge ambao wako na msimamo mmoja, maana wako hawa watafanya kwa sababu anawasukuma. So si jambo la kuchezea, kwa sababu imechukua muda mrefu tuko nayo hapa. Imejaribiwa miaka mingi kuweza kuipata hii katiba. Please Wakenya, na waomba, tukitaka maendeleo ya Kenya ni ugatuzi udumu daima dawama, na ugatuzi uko ndani ya hii katiba. tukiruhusu turegeshe wakati enzi za akina DO, akina DC, akina chief, akina sub chief, akina wa chief, tumeregeshwa pale kwa sawa mzee. Vyombo vya habari vitamzungumzia yeye tu kwa sababu ya sifa zake, lakini uovu wake havitapewa nafasi kamwe tu. Kwa Wakenya tuwe macho na tuangalie ni wapi tunaelekezwa na hii serikali. Zaidi ni hapa kwa katiba, ndio maana nimeomba huu muda kidogo nijaribu kusubmit hii. Tuweni macho, tufunganeni hapa, tuunganeni hapa na tufungua akili zetu zaidi kwa kina. Hii katiba tukiruhusu kiholela holela ikitiwa mkono, hatuna jinsi, na haswa hususa tukiachia hawa wabunge watu waamulie. Ndugu zangu, tumekwisha Kwa hiyo nikienda kupumzika na kulala hapa kumuomba Mungu niamkie kesho, pumzika kesho kama ataniruzuku, lakini hilo niwaambie Wakenya peupe, pasipokuwa na matongo ya macho wala lolote. Tusiruhusu, kama katiba itakuwa niiregeshe kwa referendum, Wakenya tuamue. Kama itaenda kwa wabunge, tuangamane, tupinge. Maana wabunge ndo wale wamechukuliwa na bado wananunuliwa kwa wingi. Hawataweza kuwa na sauti nyingine ya kututetea, bali ya sauti na maagizo, endeni hapa kwa sababu tuna sababu hii na hii na hii. So hawa wanasiasa wako kwa serikali, wasituchezee akili, wakatula akili, wakati tunawajua wao ndo ambao wameweza kusambisha uchumi. Leo hii wanageuza na kuwa na lawama nyingi. Wao ndo ambao wameweza kutengwa kwa sababu ya makosa fulani wakati ule. Please, tusiache katiba yetu mikononi kwa wanasiasa ambao wanajiita majority katika bunge. Asanteni kwa hapo.
Thank you Bwana Chaka kwa wito wako. Tunashukuru kwamba ujumbe unafikia kila Mkenya mwenye nia njema ambaye atahusika katika kuhakikisha kwamba uhuru wetu na haki yetu kikatiba haichukuliwi na wale ambao wamejitolea kuhujumu haki ya Wakenya. Father Darius, asante sana kwa maoni yako, lakini Madam Hotea na mimi hatuwezi patana. Kwa hivyo my Supreme t-shirt, it is a gift from my mother not from Madam Hotea. Madam Hotea alikuwa uko ng'ambo, sijui kama mlikutana but all in all, ni muhimu tukae ngangari kuhakikisha kwamba haki zetu zinalindwa na haki zetu za kimsingi haziharibiwi na hawa watu ambao wanataka kutimiza matakwa yao at the expense of the Kenyan people. Like Chaga is saying, allow them to touch the constitution, they will turn it upside down. They have been anti-reforms, they have been anti-new constitution dispensation. They want to turn this constitution into the old constitution. The next thing you will hear is that there is not enough money. Now, this is evidence, kabla tulete dunia ina mambo. Evidence exhibit ya kuonyesha kwamba Kenya Kwanza haiko tayari kuimplement the new constitution to the letter is the way they have handled their first 100 days in office economically. Okay? Economically. Waliingia wakatoa subsidy. Kwa nini? Wanasema hakuna pesa ya kusustain nini? Subsidy. Next, wakatoa subsidy ya chakula, wakatoa subsidy ya petrol. Kwa nini? Hakuna pesa ya kusustain. I want you to get that as the constant denominator for every reason why they are taking away the subsidies. Now they are withdrawing subsidy for education because hakuna pesa ya kusustain hiyo. Unajua ugatuzi is not a new thing in Kenya. Okay? Tulikuwa na majimbo. Na majimbo yalitolewa na Rais Jomo Kenyatta. Okay? Sababu ilikuwa hakuna pesa ya kusustain those county governments. So Kenya Kwanza has calculated, you allow them to do away with subsidies, do away with official constitutional wherever requirements. What you are going to hear next is that it is not possible to sustain 47 governments. We have a lean economy. We don't have enough money. And so let us wind up all this county thing. We all come back to Nairobi and arrange the development of our country from the center. These are anti-reformists. They are all hungry for power, and they will do anything to amass power to themselves. Kenyans, beware with Kenya Kwanza. Mtu yeyote anayetoa excuse na kuanza kuharibu mikakati ambayo imefanya kazi. Mbona Uhuru Kenyatta amefanya hii mambo yote miaka 10? Pesa kwa wazee ilikuwa ikienda. County governments zilikuwa zinapokea their portion and all that. Kulikuwa na shida hapa na pale, lakini he sustained whatever the constitution requires. And then you come into office and the first thing you do is do away with everything that Kenyans were enjoying from their government. That means your intentions are not good and you are full of excuses instead of taking full responsibility of the 50 plus millions of Kenyans in delivering what is necessary to sustain them and even multiplying what you received so that it is sufficient and more than enough to cater for every Kenyan. Kenya Kwanza is childish. Dunia ina mambo, subiri kidogo, video moja alafu nakuja moja kwa moja.
Wa Azimio la Umoja wanadai kuwa Raila Odinga ndiye pekee anayeweza kupimana nguvu kisiasa na Rais William Ruto katika kinyang'anyiro cha urais mwaka 2027. Viongozi hao wanadai kuwa iwapo Odinga hatomezea mate kiti cha urais baada ya miaka 5 kwa hiari yake, basi atasalia chaguo lao. Mwanahabari wetu Melita Oletenges anaarifu zaidi.
Mjadala kuhusu ni nani atakayeshindana na Rais William Ruto katika kinyang'anyiro cha urais mwaka 2027 tayari umeanza kushamiri ndani ya muungano wa Azimio la Umoja, miezi 4 tu baada ya uchaguzi mkuu wa Agosti 9. Wandani wa rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta, David Murathe na Jeremiah Kioni wakidai kuwa Raila Odinga ndiye chaguo bora kuupa ushindi mrengo wa Azimio la Umoja. Murathe amenukuliwa akisema, kwa sasa uamuzi ni wa Raila Odinga. Ikiwa atajitosa katika kinyang'anyiro cha mwaka 2027, baadhi yetu tutamuunga mkono. Lakini ikiwa atamuunga mkono mtu mwingine, tutafuata uamuzi wake kama kiongozi. Hata hivyo, hii inawaweka pembeni kinara wa Wiper Kalonzo Musyoka, Eugene Wamalwa na Wycliffe Oparanya, ambao tayari wametangaza kuwa watawania kiti cha urais mwaka 2027. Na pia walikuwa wanatarajia uungwaji mkono kutoka kwa Raila Odinga.
You must have the gravitas, you must have the resources, you must be totally resourced to run a presidential election. If Kalonzo is the resource, I'm sure Baba will be ready to support him. If he's not resourced, there are better people in the Republic of Kenya.
Jeremiah Kioni anasema kuwa bila shaka wengi watatangaza kuwania urais mwaka 2027. Ikiwa Wamalwa na wengineo wametangaza msimamo wao, hamna neno. Ila Raila atasalia kuwa chaguo letu katika kinyang'anyiro cha urais mwaka 2027. Mwezi uliopita Kalonzo Musyoka alidai kuwa tayari amepata uungwaji mkono wa Odinga katika kinyang'anyiro cha mwaka 2027. Wandani wa Kalonzo wamekashifu madai ya wandani wa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, wakidai kuwa hilo litasababisha ushindani mkali kutoka kwa Rais Ruto. Ikiwa Odinga atastahimili mawimbi ya kisiasa, basi atakuwa anawania urais kwa mara ya 6 mtawalia na atakuwa na umri wa miaka 82 mwaka 2027.
What matters to the new generation? How do you create jobs? How do you attract investments? How do you attract innovation so that the country can get into the next hub of innovation?
Aliyekuwa gavana wa Kakamega Wycliffe Oparanya tayari amesema kwamba hatomuunga mkono Raila Odinga katika siasa za urais na badala yake kumtaka Odinga kuunga mkono azma yake ya urais. Inadaiwa kwamba Kalonzo anamtaka Odinga kuchukua wadhifa wa mwenyekiti wa baraza la Azimio la Umoja ili apate kurithi wadhifa wa uongozi wa mrengo wa Azimio la Umoja na baadaye kupata nafasi ya kuwa mgombea urais kwa tiketi ya mrengo huo. Melita Oletenges, NTV.
Asante sana Melita Oletenges kwa taarifa.
Hapo ni sawa.
Na tuko hapa leo tukiwa tumeungana kama wakaazi wa Meru tukiwa na jambo moja. Kuna kazi tumekuwa tukiendelea nayo ya signature collection ndio tuweze kuvunja serikali ya kaunti yetu ya Meru, kwa sababu tumeona kama wananchi tumetumiwa vibaya sana na viongozi tuliowachagua. Leo ni siku 113 na hakuna kazi tumeona ikiendelea kwa jimbo letu la Meru kwa sababu ya mzozo ulioko kati ya viongozi wetu ambao ni waakilishi wa wandi zetu na ambaye ni gavana wetu Mheshimiwa Kawira Mwangaza. Tumeona vuta ni kuvute na hii maneno imeendelea. Tukiwa viongozi tumewaomba kusikizana, lakini request zetu ama maombi yetu hayajapata kusikizwa na pande zote mbili. Kwa hivyo tukiwa wananchi tumekuwa na jambo la kukusanya signatures ndio tuweze kuvunja hii kaunti yetu ya Meru, na siku ya leo tuko hapa kulaunch hii activity. Tunasema signatures tuko nazo zimetosha na tunataka kupata zingine nyingi ili tukiforward huko kwa Senate tusikue na jambo ambalo litaweza kuturudisha nyuma. Ndio wakili wetu aweze kuforward haya maagizo kwa Senate tuweze kupelekea rais wetu, as in we present these signatures to the president through the Senate. Ndio county government ya Meru iweze kuvunjwa. Yes. Hawa wakilishi wa wandi tupate kupigia wengine kura wanaojielewa na wanaojua ni kazi gani wanafanya. Gavana wetu naye, kwa sababu tunajua umaarufu wake bando huko na umeongezeka, pia yeye arundi kwa kiwanja aombe kura tena, na tunajua Wameru atampitisha, lakini waakilishi wandi atapatiwa wengine ambao ataweza kutufanyia kazi na wao, na kaunti yetu ya Meru iwe tulivu na kazi ziendelee kama zile kaunti zingine.
Kwa hivyo sisi kama wananchi, na sisi tumesema lazima tuchukue maoni yetu, ndio tumerudi kwa wananchi. Kwa siku moja hii imepita, tumeweza kukusanya hizo signatures kama umesikia mwenzangu amesema, over 90,000 signatures, na tunataka kuendelea. By the time Senate wanaweka kikao yao, kama ni wiki moja ama wiki mbili ama mwezi moja, tunataka kuwa na signature karibu 400. That's what we want. I think 400 signatures 1000. That's what we want. Ili hata wakienda pale kuwe kuna shinda ya signature 2 ama 3, tuwe tuko within the law. Hiyo ndio tunataka. Ya pili, tunataka kuuliza viongozi wetu wa Meru wakubali wa Kenya ama wananchi wa Meru walipiga kura akachagua mama, na shida yetu tuko hapa kubwa sana ni kuwa viongozi wengine hawajakubali, walishindwa na mama. Kwa hivyo ile shida inaendelea hapa Meru ni mambo ya kisiasa, si mambo ya utendaji kazi wa mama, kwa sababu mpaka saa hizi mama ameweza kutembelea ward more than 40 ward out of 45 ward akipeleka maendeleo within 3 months. Hiyo ni kumaanisha hata saa ile gavana wengine wamechaguliwa nchini Kenya, sidhani kama kuna gavana mwingine ametembelea eneo lake mahali amepigwa kura kama gavana wa Meru County, gavana Madam Kawira Mwangaza. Kwa hivyo sisi tumeanzia safari kama vile MC alianzia safari yao. Sasa na sisi tunataka na sisi kupeleka signature zetu pale Senate ili pia maoni ya wananchi isikizwe. Na nikimalizia, imekuwa nafasi kubwa sana kwa gavana wetu Madam Kawira Mwangaza ambaye tunampenda. ataitwa pale na Senate, itakuwa nafasi mzuri sana ya gavana wetu kuongea na Wakenya, kuongea na Wameru, kuongea na Senate, ili kila mtu ajue shinda ambazo ziko Meru.
Yes.
Kwa hivyo angekaa hapa akisumbua hapa Meru County na viongozi wetu hapa wa Meru na Wakenya wengine wala wako Meru, hawangejua shinda ya Meru iko wapi. Kwa hivyo gavana wetu amepata a very good platform ili pia Senate na Wakenya wote wajue nani wako nyuma ya hii maneno. Na ni nini hii gavana yetu anazuiwa asiseme ama asifanye kwa sababu kuna forces zingine ziko nyuma yake ya kisiasa. Kwa hivyo gavana wetu sisi tuko nyuma yake, nenda pale Senate ukiitwa na sema mambo yote ili umepata Meru County kiendelea, na ndio hiyo inakufanya uanze kupigwa kivita ya kisiasa. Kwa hivyo kama sisi viongozi wa Meru, wakaaji wa Meru, wale ambao tuko opinion leaders, tutasimama na mama yetu governor, na tuko na hakika Senate wakisikiza hii maombi yetu imeomba hapa na county assembly yetu, governor atakuwa mshindi na atakuja kufanyia Wameru kazi kama vile Wameru wanategemea services zake.
Okay, interesting development there by residents of Meru County in their reaction to the impeachment of their governor, and now the future of our governorship lies in the hands of the decision of the Senate. One of the things that were said by that mama in that clip partly is not accurate constitutionally, in the sense that the dissolution of Meru County does not affect the governor's seat. If she's reinstated by the Senate, she remains to be governor, but the dissolution of the county wherever will mean that all the MCAs are the ones going to lose their jobs. The governor will be free to constitute her cabinet and be able to run the county without those MCAs, just like it happened with Kibwana in what is this place? The Ukambani. What is the name of the Kibwana's county? Makueni. Yes. So sio lazima governor aende kwa re-election. Akishakuwa reinstated na Senate, yeye ataendelea tu na kazi yake, atatengeneza cabinet yake, alafu ataendeleza kazi, isipokuwa ma MCA ndio watakuwa jobless, and they can be jobless for 5 years. So they either style up or go home, which in my opinion is better and good for now. Well, thank you. Dunia ina mambo, karibu kwa show mawili matatu, songe mbele.
Yes, asante sana Bernard kwa muda mmenipea. Nawasalimia watu wote wako hapo. Na hope kila mtu iko sawa. So mimi bwana nataka kutoa ni kidogo sana. Naona umeweka kwa World Cup Messi hapo umechukua kikombe, lakini mimi na against sana wazungu, sipendi wazungu kabisa. Kabisa, na si mambo na ficha. Na si mambo na bembeleza. Kwa sababu mimi na against niko na vitu nyingi kwao sana. Unajua hao wanatuchukua kama nyani, kama tumbili, kama chipamzi. Hao ni kama sisi ni binadamu. Kwanza Argentina pia, ukisoma historia ya Argentina na watu nyeusi ni worst. Hao waliua watu nyeusi sana Argentina. Waliua sana. So mimi siwapendi. Mimi nilikuwa napenda France, na France sipendi kwa sababu France ni Afrika. Hapana, rangi bwana. Rangi smarters. Black is smarter. Sasa mimi sikuwa napenda nchi France. Mimi wa player ndio nilikuwa na support. Sina haja na mafans, sina haja na president, sina haja na nchi yao. Mimi nilikuwa na haja na wa player. Ndio nyeusi na support. Ni hayo tu. Hiyo pande ya football nimaliza kwa sababu niko na chungu sana. Hii mama amesema IG anasema shoot to kill. No problem. Kama wako vita, shoot to kill. Kama ni jeshi, shoot to kill. Kama ni polisi, lazima ufuate sheria. Simple like that. Kuna kitu hapo kumweleza. Kama wako huo, umekubaliwa shoot to kill. Kama huko kwa huo, lazima sheria ipitwe. Lazima watu washikwe, wapelekwe kotini, wasitakiwe kwa makosa ambao wako nayo. Alafu Kenya mashakani by Raila calling for mass action. Mimi hii maandamano, mimi niko na part mbili hii ya maandamano. Nasikia watu hapa wamesupport maandamano, nasikia watu wengine hawajakusupport. Mimi maandamano ambao naweza support mimi kulingana na mimi. According to me, maandamano naweza support. Maandamano mzee tuambie Kenya gawe kila mtu abebe mzigo yake. Kama si hiyo siwezi enda maandamano yote mimi. Yaani niende mtu natolewa kwa ofisi, sio mtu wako na njaa, si nini. Hiyo siwezi enda. Lakini kama maandamano aseme tunagawana inchi aende na pati yake. Mimi ndio number 1 sasa hapo. Tena mimi number 1 nikisema dunia iko na mambo TV ndio mimi hapo. Kwa sababu hiyo najua napigia nini. Lakini nikisema maandamano sijui watu wangapi tunatolewa kwa ofisi, watu 4 sijui unapiga maandamano, maisha sijui unapiga maandamano, sijui katiba nafanywa nini, sijui maandamano, sijui tunarudishwa wakati wa Moi. Hiyo siwezi enda, hiyo ni wasting time. Kwa sababu gani? Unatetea watu ambao hakutetei. Unajipend kwa watu ambao hakutaki. Mimi nataka maandamano kila mtu abebe yake, kwa sababu gani? Kenya imeshafika madharau. Kwani Southern Sudan kwa nini wamegawa na Northern Sudan? Kwa sababu ya madharau. Nyinyi nyeupe, nyinyi nyeusi. Hiyo ni madharau. Southern Korea na Northern Korea ni kitu gani umeleta wagawanyike? Si madharau. So Kenya pia tuko hapo. Lakini tunajificha tu. Kuna wengine wajificha tu, lakini tuko hapa. Tuambieni ukweli. Kenya madharau ni zidi. Wewe unalipa ushuru na ushuru yako mtu aone kama ni kitu maana. Mtu akwambia serikali ni yetu. Wewe unalipa ushuru na ukiangalia list ya majeshi utapata tribe yako ni 2. Na uko more than 20 million people in Kenya. Wewe unalipa ushuru ukiangalia jeshi the same thing. Wewe unalipa ushuru kuangalia ma PS, ma minister, wale ambao wanafanya kazi kwa serikali, kwani madaktari, kwani walimu, watu wenyu iko 3. Alafu unatuambia one Kenya. One Kenya kitu gani? Hii mambo ya kupaka chupa mafuta na chupa ni chafu, hii ni mbaya sana. Ndio mimi nasemanga, hakuna siku mtu kitu mbaya unaweza badilisha kwa nzuri. Wache kwa mbaya hivyo. Kwa sababu hii mambo mimi nataka action mzee tuletea hapa. Maandamano naweza fanya kwa hii njia au kupigana hii serikali. Mimi naona angetuambia hakuna haja tulipe ushuru. Hiyo mimi nikisupport tena 100%. Maandamano hizo mbili. Maandamano ya kwanza hakuna kulipa ushuru. Kwa sababu tunalipia nani ushuru? Kama minister gani huko tunamlipia ushuru, nani na tumlipia ushuru anatusaidia? 100 days imeisha. Tunaona kitu yote imechange. Sasa tulio wanataka tupewe 1000 days ndio vitu change. Ya pili, hii maandamano kwenda kwa barabara isaidi kitu angesema maandamano angetuletea. Maandamano hiyo action nasema kila mtu apewe pati yake aende zake. Kama ni Nyanza tutakuwa Nyanza huko pati zenyu huko. Chagueni huko president na vitu zenyu huko. Kwa wale ambao watakuwa, kwa sababu kila kitu lazima upigane na kila kitu lazima damu mwagike ndio ikuwe mzuri. Kama najua Southern Sudan wako bado hawajakuwa na amani, lakini sasa hivi wako nafuu kuliko bila walikuwa chini ya Waarabu. North Korea pia na South Korea pia wako nafuu bila wako, hata kama mambo hajakuwa sawa. Lakini Kenya hii watu wengine wanaonekana tu kama nyinyi hauna msemo, ufai kuongea, ufai kusimama, ufai kuteta. Yaani kwani hiyo position nimewekewa tu tumewekewa tu watu area moja tu. Hakuna watu wengine wanaweza kuja hiyo position na kwa hiyo position pia. Kwa nao ndio Mungu waonangi. Hao ndio wanaomba kama shetani Mungu waone. Hata shetani mwenyewe pia Mwenyezi Mungu amempea nguvu ya kuongoza. Bila Mwenyezi Mungu hatukuwa na shetani. So hii mambo ya kubembelezana tuache. Mimi naomba watu kweli. Hii mambo ya kwenda kuandamana sijui watu wengine wapate kazi, mambo ya kuandamana sijui maisha yamepanda, mambo ya kuandamana sijui hii hajatekelezwa, hii inatekeleza vibaya, hii saidio unasaidia watu wengine. Kuna wengine wanapata hiyo cover. Kama ukweli wanaumia, si hao wenyewe waandamane, si hao ndio walichagua hii serikali. Si wao ndio waliletea bottom up, chini juu. Si wao walisema Hassan Fund tunakuja. Kumbe hajui jina ndio linabadilishwa, inatoka Fuliza inakuja Ruto Fuliza au Ruto Fund. Si ni jina imebadilika, si process ni ile ile tu. Ukikopa unalipa na interest, pin yako unaweka kama kawaida, unapewa kulingana na vile unatumia M-Pesa. Tena wale wanapata pesa nyingi hapa ni wadosi, si maskini. Maskini wewe unatumianga 100,000, ukituma pesa nyingi ni 20k. Hiyo 20k value yake ukiangalia unapewa 600. Alafu 600 unaambia enda anza na biashara. Unaenda kuacha biashara ya kuuza mayai, ikilala unatupa. So mimi nipenda mzee afanye asitulipe ushuru, watu niletee maandamano, kila mtu agawe pati yake aende nayo. Unaweka kwa mfuko unaenda nayo. Kama we Nyanza, kana mtu wenyu huko, kaa huko. Nchi igawe bwana. Tukue na North Kenya, South Kenya, East Kenya, West Kenya, watu heshimiane. Huwezi kuwa tunalipa ushuru na tuone maendeleo. Kazi ya ushuru ni nini? Kama umechoka na sisi, tumechoka paka na pesa zetu. Kama umechoka na culture zetu, tabia zetu, umechoka paka na kila kitu ambacho tunaproduce. So afadhali tuachwe kando basi. Kwa hiyo position imejengewa tu tribe moja Kenya hii, au area moja Kenya hii. Hakuna haja kuombaza. Mimi nasemanga hakuna siku utachukua kinyesi yako upige marashi nuke tabu. Itakuwa inanuka mbaya hivyo tu. Hakuna kubeleza mlevi kwa mteremko. Atateremka tu mwenyewe. Saa mimi kitu hii maandamano hii mzee weke maandamano naweka. Kani maandamano tulipo ushuru nitakuwa frontline. Hata tiaga sikikuja au risasi ikuja mimi nitakuwa nini proof na msaidia. Lakini kani maandamano sijui maisha yamepanda, sijui constitution inabadilishwa, sijui hizo wacheni na zisaidii. Maandamano gapi tumeenda? Na watu wanauana ni area moja tu. Hao wengine siwaende maandamano, hao pia wana watoto, hao pia wana hiyo serikali. Nini unapigana unamwaga damu na kufa area moja, hao wengine wana benefit. Wakisaa kuwa mzuri, matusi ndio hizo, madharau ndio hizo, kabila ndio inaingia, mila ndio inaingia. Mimi naulizanga watu, akili ndio inaongoza, si mila ndio inaongoza, wala si tabia zenyu ndio inaongoza. Kama uko na akili nzuri utaongoza, kama una akili nzuri utaongoza. Lakini Kenya kwa limesafika ni madharau. Kila kitu ya Kenya sasa hivi imeingia madharau. Madharau na tribe inatuharibu. Biashara ya Kenya sasa inafanywa na tribe. Kwa sababu gani? Kuna vitu zingine sasa hivi watu nyinyi mnanunua vitu zao au wanunua vitu zao. Huwezi fanya biashara line moja, biashara inakuwa line mbili. Buy ununue yetu, sisi pia tunanunua yenu. Si unanunua yetu, sisi tununue yenu. Tutaendelea vipi? Hakuna maendeleo kama hiyo. Tafadhali, wa Kenya hakuna maendeleo. Afadhali Kenya wacheni madharau. Sijui kama umejua Rwanda. Wacheni madharau. Ujinga wacheni. Yaani serikali yetu unaongea madharau. Wacheni madharau. Kwa sababu kiumana sisi wote tutaumia. Hakuna mtu atakuwa ni. Kwa sababu kila mtu atapigana party yake. Ana save area yake. Heshima idumu, tuendelee mbele. Kama huwezi heshimu, tuachane. Kwa sababu hatuwezi lipa tax. Kwanza hii kitu mimi namuuma sana. Unalipa tax kwa serikali, ukiangalia watu wenyu ni watu mbili. Alafu tax unalipa. Hebu angalia population ya 4 million people na population ya 2 million people. Hata kama unasema wanalipa tax shilingi moja. Watu ngani napewa position nyingi kwa serikali? 2 million people ni 4 million people. Kwa sababu kama watu 2 million people wamepewa position nyingi sana kwa serikali, nyinyi kama unawalisha tu, nyinyi hauna kitu unapata. Alafu nyinyi uko 4 million people, position imepewa kwa serikali moja. Alafu tax ikirokotwa, nyinyi wote unalipa. Hii ni madharau number 1. Alafu tunaambia sisi ni one Kenya. Maisha kama hiyo haiwezi dumu. So ni hayo tu Bernard. Kama nimeongea vibaya, kama ule nimemshikia, nimeongea juu yake vibaya, nisamee. Lakini tuongeni ukweli taweka kwa kila mtu free. Ongea bila una feel, hivyo ndio mimi na feel. Mimi siwezi enda maandamano isaidii. Maandamano ya kugawa nchi mimi niko number 1. Ni hayo tu Bernard.
Aya, dunia ina mambo. Asante sana kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Kile kipo ni kwamba maandamano yawe na lengo linakuwa nini? Uhuru na kuhifadhi uwema wa kila mtu ama haki za kila mtu katika nchi, na sio kila mkulima anapanda chakula kila atakachokula. Kuna wakulima wengi tu wanapanda chakula lakini hawakili. Kwa hivyo tukienda maandamano, sio lazima sisi tufaidike na hayo maandamano. Tunaweza kuwa tunaenda maandamano ili watoto wetu wafaidike ama watoto wetu wafaidike. Kwa hivyo ni lazima tuangazie hili swala kwa kina, kwa sababu there are some things we must prevent them from happening, not just safeguarding whatever that we have or want to have during our time. Our founding fathers went to fight out the colonial masters, knowing that they may not live in a free country, but their children ought to live in a free country. Their great-grandchildren ought to live in a free country. And so we must have a more focused approach towards all this. So kuhususia bidhaa kutolipa tax na mambo kama hayo is part and parcel of the whole process, but it should not be conditional in my opinion. Thank you. Nani huyu? Niko Thiamba anasema impeached governor cannot run for an election. Which law are you talking about? I did not talk about impeached. I said if the impeached governor is reinstated by the Senate, and then the dissolution of the county takes place by the president, then she will serve for the whole term with her cabinet without the county assembly, just like Kivuta Kibwana did in Makueni. That's what I said. So don't mix up things. Thank you, everybody. Let's listen to Sister Rhoda.
Hi, everybody. How are you doing? Today is Sunday. Today I feel a little bit cold and freezing and nitapata homa. Leo kuna na baridi sana, tuko minus something. Unajua tuko na snow, it's more winter, but I love snow. Because when it's so darkness, many people used to get depressed. I like snow, I call is right. Unajua bibi, unajua mimi nakwanga nikipreachia watu nakwanga naambia the winter will never stop in this country. You know, people sometimes they are worried about the climate change. If you believe the word of God, if you read the Old Testament, Mungu ni aliumba winter. Now winter will never stop until Jesus will come back. I used to pray for this country, the winter will never stop. Because we have to pray for everything. Unajua kuna siku ingine we didn't have a rain, it was very summer. And I'm telling you, I pray, you know, the forests were burning. And I said to God, what we have done? Maybe this country, they need to repent. And I pray, and you know, we had a Europe conference, and there's one man of God from America, he was preaching, and they pray that it will be raining. I'm telling you, it was raining. It rained. I was very happy because the forest, the nature was just getting the fire. So I used to declare this country, the winter will never stop until the time Jesus will come back. I used to give people hope when they are worried. We need God. We need God, and before whole world, we cannot live without God. We cannot. Those people, they say there is no God. They are foolish in the Bible. Let me go to the topic. You know, today my friend told me that she was supporting France. Me, I didn't watch this football, this World Cup. I didn't watch. I don't know, because it was not the place I want. I don't know. I didn't feel much emotional to watch. But last time, 4 years ago, I watched the football. So, and sometimes I used to watch Europe football, but this time I was not really interested. So I didn't watch. So I saw, but in my heart, I was supporting Argentina. I love Argentina. I don't know why. I was feeling like that. And I said to God, let them Argentina to carry this cup. to win because whole world can see. Because many countries like this country, they were supporting France. Even it's not only white people, even black. A lot of black people, they were supporting France. My friend from, I don't know, I was supporting, I just, I follow how my feelings feel. If my feet doesn't feel you, then I can't. So my feelings, I was feeling Argentina is good. They take this cup because many countries, they hate Argentina. And I love Argentina. Argentina people are very smart, are business people. They usually sell their proper things in America. And its country is going very well. It's growing, and they love themselves. They love their country. Those countries in South America, they love their country. They love themselves. They love their language. I'm very proud with Argentina. In fact, I could like to be married with people from those countries, Argentina. So I'm very proud that they win. I'm really proud. And it's not say I hate France. In fact, France is a country. There's a lot of black people from Senegal. They came maybe 100 years ago, and they went there. It's a tribe. They were coming with a boat from, France. Actually, France is very close to the Senegal, very close. This one country in West Africa, they are very close to the France. So most of the black people, they were going to the France. There is a generation to generation. So most of the black people, they live in there. I love France because there's a lot of black people. But this time, I feel like I want to support Argentina because I was feeling like Kenya people, I don't know, it's Wazungu country still, but I want to show the whole world. If you hate this country, I'm like this. As I said, I follow the flow. I follow the feelings. So I'm very happy for Argentina. Congratulations for them. They take that. Papa, as I say, me is a country I'm always value because I value the president of Argentina. He loves his own people. He loves his own country. They are business people. They sell property. They work together with the United States of America. So it's a country they are really proud. Even when you meet people from Argentina, they present themselves. They usually they are proud to where they come from. So that's why I need to be like I'm like that. So I don't know who I see somebody have been shooting and killed. It's very sad what is going on in our country. You guys, mnataka muende kwa barabara. Mfanye kama Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone, it used to happen this kind of stupidity. The police officer shoot the bull. I remember Sierra Leone, they have a demonstration for the division because there's a lot of tribes that country. So there's the president of Sierra Leone have the problem with the division. So they were doing demonstrations and many people, they were killed. But I'm very proud with the United Nations. They were discussing about why they killed them. Because that's their right to do demonstrations if there is something is going on, if there is a division in the country. So I could like to country that's very evil to kill a Kenyan citizen. Do you think we will continue these 5 years with this Kenya? Sijui ni Kenya, ndio maana walikuwa nasema ni Kenya kwanza, walikuwa naonyesha sisi ni wa kwanza, ni kama tunakuja kumletea good news about bad news. So are there this Kenya kwanza government? Me, I don't value them. I don't see them, their government, whatever. So why they are killing people instead of they are the one? What is the law in Kenya? Do the law you have to kill Kenya citizen? I don't know I have not watched news, what is going on, who somebody killed, but I saw it here. So that is very pity to kill a Kenya citizen. There is no law. Our constitution doesn't say you kill. So Kenya people, they need to go. Mnaenda barabara mnachukua nini, mnasema mtaki hii mambo ya kuwana. Kwa nini wao wakikuja nini wazungu wakikuja they don't be killed? Na niliona wakicheza pahali. I saw some friends, they were somewhere watching football, and I was asking myself, oh my God, even France, France is very poor country, it's not rich country. I was asking myself, though they can afford ticket to go to Kenya to watch the football, they behave. I was asking who pay for them. Is it a Ruto pay for them to come to Kenya? And some people are died for food in the Turkana, some chakula, they don't have food, some people in the slum, they are crying. Unajua saa zingine tunajiharibia jina sisi watu wa Afrika. Watu wengine wanakufa na njaa, watu wengine wanakaa slum, watu wengine machokora wanakula gum, alafu tunaonyeshana. It's really pity. It's a really pity. Why they cannot watch their football, their own country, or they go to the Kuwait? We cannot tolerate this kind of nonsense. We must stand with our country. We say we don't want to tolerate this country. Otherwise, we can do the same. Sierra Leone. If the country if the country there's a division, we can do the demonstration. If there's somebody killed, if there is no justice, we have right to do demonstrations. If they are not respecting the law, if they are giving us pressure, Kenya people, they can do demonstration. But if they want, but if we don't want, that's why we need a strong opposition leader. Who is opposition leader? Because if somebody kill opposition leader, they are the one responsibility. All the country that is not, the opposition leader to condemn somebody who killed. That is our core opposition. So I don't know who is I don't know Odinga is still our opposition leader. He need to come out and to address this is not fair. A Kenya is to be shot by the police officer. They need to stand still and say we don't want. And then this thing for the Kawera from the governor of Kawera is very pity. This woman she started to be government only 3 months. They start impeachment. It's very shameful. I've never seen anybody come to the government to be preached after 3 months, and she have not done anything. Even she have not done any. I mean, what she have done, that means is that the government, Kenya Kwanza, they are doing mistake to her. Maybe they are the one who tried to bring problem, because because county government, they're the one, MCA, they're the one need to solve their problem, not the state. The county government, they need to solve their problem. And then to be unity. MC, it doesn't matter which party you vote. It doesn't matter you are Jubilee or ODM or Kenya Kwanza or UDA, because our country is a multiple party. They need to reason together. Those MCA, they reason together and they work together, no matter which party is belong, because our country is a democracy, is a rule by the law. If it's a really democracy, because a country ruled by the law, there is nothing to do with any party. So I don't know whether it's because they are, because most of the MCA, of course, in that regions, in Mount Kenya regions, they are UDA. Everybody is a UDA. Maybe that's why they want to impeach her. Because Kawera was another party. But that is so where we are going in Kenya. Can you imagine our Kenya? We are going bad way. Very bad. We are all Kenyans. We are all black. And then you preach your sister. Because in the party, you cannot eat the party. Party is a party. It doesn't matter you are KANU. It doesn't matter you are ODM. Party is a party. Why we cannot think like the way people from Western, they think, because Western, they respect any party you belong. And nobody have right to tell, oh, you cannot, we don't, like most of the people that used to vote, like this party, it's according to the majority. So it's very sad and very pity for Kenya Kwanza, how they are doing. That is about party, because I know they preach her, because Kawera Mwagaza, she I don't know if she's called Mwangaza or Mwangazo. She win the governor, and people from Meru, they wake up in the morning to vote for her. So Meru can't need to be respected like the way we respect Vihiga, the way we respect Washigizu, the way we respect, because we are all Kenya. As I say, governor, they need to work together, all county, they need to communicate. And all MC, doesn't matter which kind of party you belong, because that is our democracy and the law. Or if the Kenya is really ruled by the law, there is no point for them to impeach Kawera because she will want another, maybe she was independent party. Imagine, sometimes I feel ashamed to be a Kenyan. Really ashamed when I see things. It's like a children, like the way we are behaving when the children, they are in the kindergarten. Because we don't do like this, we don't do like this, and we are grown up. People from the middle, everybody is mature. Why they can be reasoned together and they work together and they give peace away to continue working the government. If she's not doing well, maybe later they can preach her, but it's only 3 months. You have not done it, and since she take the office, you have been fighting with her. That lady, in fact, that lady, she's very strong. If it is me, I could not tolerate. They have been giving her a lot of pressure. oppression all the time. And I have never seen any governor, any county. Nobody have ever impeached any county government. It's only Meru. So I don't understand why they do such kind of stupid. So our country, we need to stand our country, and we need a really man and woman integrity. And we want a very strong opposition leader. I pray to God every day that God will give us a strong opposition. It doesn't matter it's come from Kakamega or Busia or Uasin-Gishu or in Mount Kenya. We must come together. Those religions, they need to bring a strong leader opposition. They need to work together. If it is opposition, they listen together. We want to, if something happened wrong, they criticize. If something wrong, they stand still. That's what we want. And we want a real woman, of a man who can stand with the truth, with the integrity. If this is really honest, they must pick the truth. The democracy, a human right. Kila mtu anaheshimiwa Kenya zima. Kila Mkenya wote, pahali uko, unakaa Bugoma, unaheshimiwa, unakaa Meru, unakaa Kiambu, unaheshimiwa, unasikia, you are Kenya, you are proud to be a Kenya. Even when you go to ask the job, nobody asks you because you are called this name that you cannot get this job. That's not the Kenya we want. We want a Kenya, every tribe must be respected, and a human right. That's the way we want to live in a Kenya. We don't want to live in a Kenya like at this, you call this tribe, you call nini. We don't want tribals. We want Kenya must, in fact, I'd like our country to be like Tanzania. Tanzania, that is not tribal. Tanzania, there's one lady I met her, she was was my trusted many years. She was speaking her language. I thought in Tanzania you speak Swahili. So we have a lot of tribes. She speaks her own language. I was very shocked because the way we know in Tanzania is we want our country to be like Tanzania, unit, like the way Nyerere left. We want our country to be unit, for really unit. Hakuna mtu anaharashiwa or to be prosecuted because of this community or this. That's the country we want. And we will see the fruit when we live together as a sister and brother. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda. We appreciate that. Naomba tusonge mbele. Moses, if you have something to say, you say before we bring in Lily. Oh, Moses, you didn't hear me? So, Lily, how are you?
I'm fine, Bernard. Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday to you.
Everybody, yeah. So, about football, my God, kandanda ilikuwa nini nzuri. Hey! It was sweet. Yeah, so I really enjoyed that football, and I was supporting France. Our boys made me proud, really proud. So we need to celebrate this. Yes. Yeah. I'm really proud to see inclusivity in that football, and yeah. Although we were defeated, all the same, I feel we won. Yeah, we did so well. Okay, about what is it? It's this shooting to kill. Who are they shooting to kill? At what circumstances does law allow somebody to shoot to kill? Kwani watu wamekuwa mbuzi? Hata mwizi. I don't think there's a law say that you can shoot to kill unless somebody is confronting you with a fire gun to a fire gun. I think that's only a terrorism. Even sometimes you don't shoot them. Why are they bring this scary stuff in the country? Like studying, is it an order they have given? So I think it's very scary because it can be misused by police. Although the few months ago, or okay, it's not a few months ago, around November, there was this case about how police they were killing people, and you think, and there's this mental issue going on with police or with people with guns. They're shooting people anyhow, even the families, and they allow this shoot to kill. I think this is scary, and it should be reviewed. Really, it's not something to joke with at all, at all, at all, at all. It's scary because people, they can be misusing it without really having no reason to do it. I don't know how he can justify this. And as this IG, is he the one who gives order to shoot to kill? And how? There must be a process or an act of law which said, okay, shoot to kill for this and this and this. How did he come up to order this? How? It is a question we should ask ourselves as Kenyans, because these things are becoming more scarier every day, one thing after the other, one thing after the other. So it's kind of like we are being oppressed. The democracy is going away. Yeah, this is really scary, because like now we are going like with this mandamano. This is to scare people not to do it, because they don't know even a little bit of commotion. Police might take advantage and start shooting people for no reason. This is why this one I did is frightening to see this. The other thing is about is it Kenya Kwanza? Okay, they are shaken, but that's why they are giving this order to kill, because of the mass action. They might think people, they are going to demonstrate, because they know they are not stupid. They know they have not done right. There's a lot of things which are going wrong. People who even have killed, or they have case murders, and they have been set free. People who have abused, they have been involved in corruption, taking money from the government. They have been found guilty. They are still not. They have been set free. So there's so many things going wrong, and they have sense. People, they are not stupid. People, they are realizing it, and they can smell the coffee that people are not happy. And there's so many things which have gone wrong, and they have not fulfilled for 100 days. Not even I'm not even worried about 100 days. It's the way things are going. Leave around 100 days or not fulfilling, but the way they are doing things, the approach of doing things, the country is going to the dogs, the way they say. We are getting nowhere. There's no right here. There's no hope. Hata hizi pesa za wazee hawajapatiana. Pesa hizo zilienda wapi? Where is it gone, for Christ's sake? Oh, ni watu wataweza nenda nini for kibarua for one day. Those are vulnerable people. The government is not looking after them. Yeye mama yake anakula vizuri, analala vizuri, anaangaliwa, anaoshwa, anafanya. Watu wengine sio kama mama yake. Watu wengine wako kwa serikali. Kuna wazee hawana watoto, hakuna watu wanawaangalia. Me, to be quite honest with you guys, I really, sometimes, that's why you feel some diaspora people, they say, I cannot go back home because the way things are, whereas in the other countries, older people are taken care of. In winter, they are given money to warm their house. There are some people, they go in their house to make sure that they have shopping, especially this Christmas time. They have shopping, they are well looked after, because those elderly people, once they were younger people like us, and they contributed so much in the country. So it should be, we should not forget, even as we're gonna get older, Like me, I give example with my grandmother. My grandma, she can't see, she's blind. If you were not there for her, who could have been looking for her after her? This is really scary, and this should be brought up. This was the most urgent thing to be done by Kenya Kwanza, by the government, to look after those elderly people, to make sure that they have their fund, which they are entitled to. This kind of human right which is being violated. And Mother Koome should know that, because she claimed herself to be a human right champion. She should be asking this question to Kenya Kwanza, in the government she is in. So I think that is, I'm just angry because of that. This coming Christmas time, those people, they have no one. They have no one. Even I was thinking, why can't we not changa for those people to be given something at least to enjoy, or to have food? Even they don't care about celebrating Christmas. Only something to have, something to eat. You know, wakati wa njaa watu wale wengine walipelekwa mahindi na nini, tuliona ni marori zikienda na kule watu wa Gariza walikuwa na njaa. But what about those people who elderly people who are in the village or wherever they are? Who is looking after them? So that's what I have just to contribute for now. I'll join later. Thank you, Bernard, and everybody else.
Okay, thank you, Lily. Thank you. We appreciate that, and we pray for things to turn around. If what we are talking will land into right ears and command a right correction of the situation. A country that cannot take, a government that cannot take care of its elderly, cannot secure jobs for the youth, and cannot revive the industries that are a necessity for job creation, and wants to stay in power forever. It is a paradox of an irony of all time. We must all be afraid of the reason why Kenya Kwanza wants to stay in power, doing nothing for Kenyans, and yet wants to draw salary for, in the pretext that they are leading Kenya. Is something that no Kenyan should accept and take it sitting down. Turudi kwa Madam Nifa.
Yes, asante. Hata I will just submit a little bit juu nilikuwa nishasema yangu and then niende nilale. So nilikuwa nataka nirudie again, even though tumeshasema about the football, like I say, football inafanya the whole world tunakuwa united.
Sorry, Madam Nifa, I think.
Yes, you hear me? Do you hear me? I'm sorry,
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
We can hear
okay.
you. Go ahead.
Yes. So now the problem is what I wanted to say is it's not a problem, but I find it okay. Kenyans, we are emotional what's going on, and at least World Cup leo tumeanza with another tone, na kila mtu ana maoni yake, like who's supporting who. The way I'm sorry, my nini haitoi vizuri, imekuwa heated up kidogo. My picture. Vile, for example, I was supporting France na kila mtu amesema maoni yake because of what, na Roda pia amesema I'm supporting Argentina. We have to respect na kwa nini una support.
If I seem to have a network problem, I think you need to reboot your system. You're breaking. We can't hear what you're saying now. let's give it to Moses, and then Nifa, if you can hear me, correct your network. We can't hear you at all. Moses.
Yes, Bernard. Bernard, thank you. Yeah, to start with a comment from the other brother of ours who said about the Mando. For me, maybe if you can clarify for me, Bernard. Mando means what? Is it not a peaceful demonstration? It's not all about fighting and killing and what. I had someone who's like, oh, maybe I had in the wrong. This is a right, even it is it's constitutional to come out and demonstrate peacefully. So it's not, by the way, it is not chaos. It's police. Maybe from where I come from, when we are demonstrating peacefully, it's always policemen who are always chaotic, who always creates chaos, and everything will go in a different direction. So demonstrations are good because they call this government to order. It's the only way of wananchi to express their feelings and what they are going through. So it's a constitutional issue. It's not all about what and what. So like some 2 years back, I remember there was a peaceful demonstration. Was it in Sudan? Because it was price of bread went high and people demonstrated until they threw out the government. I don't know whether Bernard also saw that. It was just because of bread, and the government was out up to now. So the peaceful demonstrations are our right, to show, express how we are feeling and what are we going through. On top of that, Bernard, there is what I'm saying is a government. They are trying to implement what we call divide and rule. Because when you divide the people, it's very easy to rule them. You take them whichever direction you wish to. So the government is trying to implement such. That's why you hear today these leaders are talking this, tomorrow these ones are talking this. Don't think they are just waking up and they start speaking the way they are speaking. These are the people who are being like they are being instructed of what to do, you know. So he's trying to do that. On top of that, instead of creating fear to people, he should come out and also explain and tell people what has he done in his 100 days in office, such that people can know that maybe people are not saying what they have been doing. So they should come out and tell people that in our 100 days in the office, we have done A, B, C, D, and we hope we all believe we are going to do more than what we have done because we still have time to go. So Bernard, when you see the government just instead of supporting the opposition to be there that they can put them on check, instead they are just trying to weaken the opposition such that they can do their mistakes. They can root the country with no voice, when no one can say, can or criticize them. So you see these governments, they don't have any good intention to citizens, maybe on the way I see them handling things. So they should just settle. Sorry, Bernard, I was just here. So, like I'm saying, they should just come out and tell all the world that this is what we are planning to do, and we just request, or we just give us your patience and we see how things moves on. But instead they are doing things that every day, mistake after mistake. So, sorry, Bernard, just come back.
Okay, thank you. Nifa, your network failed. Are you now back? Madam Nifa, are you?
Tayamba Bible Media ipoange kukutarifisha na kukupasha mbashara. Una tangazo, mikutano ya injili, ya shule ama harusi? Karibu utangaze nasi. Tunafanya mahojiano, matangazo ya mialiko ya sherehe, harusi, mikutano ya injili na hata taarifa. Kwa maelezo zaidi, wasiliana nasi kwenye nambari 0718454585. Karibu.
$350 itafunguaga biashara wapi? Ruto alianza biashara yake ya kuku na pesa ngapi?
Wenye wale wanasumbuka sana, wanaona wako na shida sana, wachukue. Mimi sichukui. Najua hata mimi niko na shida, lakini sichukui. Sitaki. Niende nipelekwe ndani nikikosa kulipa 400.
Okay, hiyo 600 nilichukua nikanunua unga. Kachukua unga moja, karuabe, kamafuta, na mimi pia nikabaki na kawanchwani kamsimama, unaona. So mimi nasema ndalipa.
Hi there. This gadget is my gateway to the Hustler Fund. How much do you qualify for? Did you apply for it? And what did you do with it? Let's get to hear what other Kenyans have to say. You may forget anything else, but don't forget my name, Kingori Wangeshi.
Ruto alisema akiweka Biblia chini, unga itakuwa 70 bob. Wewe unanunga pesa ngapi? Bado imesimama pale, ilikuwa imesimama pale. Na anasema tumpatie muda tunapeana ngapi? Na alisema nikichukua Biblia, yeye akiweka Biblia chini anafuta watu. Akiweka Biblia anaandika watu, anaongeza watu kwa na ni pesa, anaenda masafari nje akiweka Biblia chini. Ametoa 50 billion RAILA'S band. Sasa hivi unapewa 50 billion unafuliza 500. 500 unaweza uza nini? Wewe unaweza fanya kazi ya kuuza miwa kutoka nini Huruma. 500 utaenda kununua miwa ama mahindi. Kila mtu anauzanga mahindi. Tunafuliza hapa ati RAILA'S band. 500, 350. Itafunguaga biashara wapi? Ruto alianza biashara yake ya kuku na pesa ngapi?
500 inamsaidia nini?
Lakini msilipe. Nani?
Wewe umekopa hizo.
Majaribio lazima mimi nikuwe ndani kwa sababu ni serikali yangu. Kwa sababu niko silipi. Nilikunywa nayo pombe kwa sababu nilikuwa na kiu.
Na hautalipa.
Silipi.
Baba, tunapenda Raila kuliko hata uhai wetu.
Tunaposhikilia
Yesu.
Safari hii ambayo inaanza leo Bwana.
Hataki vitina. Kwa huyo mzee.
Na kwamba ukakomboe Kenya.
Sababu ya huyu Raila.
Tunaomba haya katika jina la Yesu Kristo.
Tunabariki Raila kwa mikono yako Yesu.
Sote tuseme amina.
Raila abarikiwe.
Hao watu mimi siwajui, manake mimi najua Raila Amolo Odinga peke yake, manake hajatimiza ahadi ya Wakenya. Tuko njaa mpaka saizi, asala ni nini? Mimi kama Mkenya kamili, I don't know who Ruto. Mimi kama Mkenya kamili, I don't know Ruto. Tumekataa.
Registered for the Hustler Fund.
Me, I don't want thieves to come in my phone because they are asking people to give their PIN. Me, I'm a wise mama. They can't rob me. Yes, I don't want to be robbed by robbers. Yeah, because they are thieves. How can always Safaricom tells us your PIN is your secret. Don't allow anybody to access your PIN. How comes people who have inquired that line of Hustler Fund, they are asking for the PIN number, which means those are rogues from Kamiti and Kodiaga prison.
Ingawaje wanatuambia tuichukue na tusilipe. Naweza ichukua na nikatae kulipa, wafanye vile watataka.
Hii kitu inaitwa Hustler Fund haina legal framework. Haijapelekwa kwa bunge. Unajua sheria za bunge unapata appropriation. Haijafanywa na appropriation. 50 billion ya Kenya kwisha. Tunataka tujue zimetoka wapi. Treasury haijaidhinisha. Kijana alikuwa anangojea kuanzisha biashara ya kinyozi. Sasa kapata miabadisha nyozi ni kama kwenda kunyolewa nayo. Hiyo ni
hiyo ndege imetumwa kawaida. Mbona kila dakika mbili kelele zisikike, tuzisikie mambo tunaambiwa. Sisi tunaweka makini tusikie tunaambiwa nini bwana.
Hiyo pesa ya
hiyo imetumwa. Kila siku mimi ni mkaji wa Shauri Moyo. Lakini hata sijui naweza sema mwisho niliona lini. Leo tu ndo naiona. Kwa nini leo? Na si hata si holiday ya tarehe 12. Bado haikuagi. Mshaiona Savoy? Tujaiona.
Hiyo ndege ikoagi.
Haikuagi. Na leo iko busy sana. Mimi nashindwa ninachoma mafuta bure.
Wanajeshi wako karibu.
Ni wako karibu Air Force.
So hiyo ni kama practice ya jeshi.
Kwani mbona leo? Kwa sana hii. Tungefanya jana juu anajua leo tuna mkutano na hii ni niti yetu. Ama kufanya kesho.
Mimi sijakopa bado. Juu hata nikikopa bado ni stress. Juu is very little. Unaona? Na tena nikikopa nakopa niweke kitu kama hii ndogo kama hii. Na ndio ninakula, itanisaidiaje? At least kitu kama 10k, at least naweza jikakamua hata niingize hata marafiki ama masista wangu anisaidie kulipa na inipee kitu iko juu zaidi, unaona? Sasa kitu kama hii 500 nipatiwe 500, yes. Nitachukua. Ni kweli, itanisaidiaje? Hata kama ni Hustler Fund, at least itolewe kitu kama 10k ama ikifika chini sana ikuwe 8k.
Umechukua hii Hustler Fund?
Mimi nikwambie King'ori, hiyo siwezi kuchukua na staki. Unajua ni kwa nini staki? Walisema ni 500. 500 unakatwa. Unapata 400 na. Hiyo nikiuza mboga si nitapata? Kwa mchana, kwa siku moja si nitapata? Sasa ya nini pesa kama hiyo? Ati mimi ni 500. Kama ingekuwa ni ya baba alikuwa hata akikupatia urudisi na na sasa hii aturudisha. Usiporudisha unapigwa pingu. Mimi toka nisaliwe sijapigwa pingu. Mimi sijapigwa pingu. Kwa hivyo hiyo pesa ya Hustler wenye wale wanasumbuka sana, wanaona wako na shida sana wachukue. Mimi sichukui. Najua hata mimi niko na shida lakini sichukui. Sitaki. Niende nipelekwe ndani nikikosa kulipa 400.
Alisema akirudisha Biblia chini unga ni 7. Sasa hii mimi jana niliona bibi yangu anahaitisha 500, nikimuuliza si unga ni 70, kumbe unga ni 200, sikuwa nimejua unga ni 200.
Hiyo ni pesa yetu ya Kenya. Juu ukichukua hiyo 700 huwezi pewa 700, unapewa kama 600 na 675. Hii 25 inaenda wapi? Sio ni kutunyanyasa. Kama Wakenya tumesema tutachukua hiyo pesa na hatutarudisha.
Mmoja amesema ati Hustler Fund tunapatiwa 500. Hata mimi nimeshachukua. Sasa ni bottom up. Sasa 500 itakuinua na nini? Unaona? Sasa
utarudisha ndio
nikipata ndarudisha. Nikipata ndio ndarudisha. Sasa 500 itakuinua na nini?
Ndio ametupeletea hiyo Hustler Fund. mimi nimepewa limit ya 500 basi. Sasa 500 nitafanya leo nini? Nimechukua jana 600. Okay, hiyo 600 nilichukua nikanunua unga. Kachukua unga moja, karuabe, kamafuta, na mimi pia nikabaki na kawanchwani kamsimama, unaona? So mimi nasema ndalipa, lakini ingekuwa poa yenyewe watu weke limit kwa hata kama ni 10k, at least unaweza wekelea kama maka kitu, lakini 600 jo hapo wametuangusha.
Wajue kuna mjinga na mpumbavu. Mjinga huwa hajui, ukimjulisha si mjinga tena. Mpumbavu huwa hajui, kutaka kujua hataki, ukimjulisha mapigana.
Uchaguzi ambao sisi tutashiriki ndani yake ni uchaguzi Hello.
Nasema kwa TV ama kwa radio. Ati tuko. Tutaonekana kwa TV. Saa ngapi? Saa moja. Kwa hivyo
hata kama ni kesho, hata kama ni lini, tuko zazi tunasikiza mambo ya papa. Yeah.
Aya, walisema ati Azimio imekufa. Ebu angalia vile iko.
So what do you think about these public engagement meetings led by the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, especially this one here at Kamkunji grounds? Put it on the comment section. Would like to hear from you. Yeah.
Haya, maoni ya Wakenya hayo, wanasema hela wanachukua lakini hawalipi. 500 itakuinua vipi? Sasa hiyo ndio inaitwa hustler fund. Sasa sijui itakuwa kwaje. Lili, wewe utaka kuchukua 500?
Hapana, nilienda niliweka process. Sasa nilikuwa nataka kujua terms and conditions za hiyo hustler fund. Nikaona haikuji, lakini mimi siwezi kuchukua kitu sijui wenye nitalipa, what is details about it. Nikaachana naye. Hata nikampigia mama, usijaribu. Usijaribu. Na hiyo mtu anakuitisha pin yako. How is it connected to Safaricom that you have to use your PIN number to withdraw the fund? How are they connected? Is it Safaricom giving the government money, or what is the connection? No one knows about this. What is the connection? Au ni wawa nini? Government imepatiwa nini? Safaricom pesa wapatie watu. How is it working? Because the data, that means they're taking data from ya watu, from Safaricom. So I really don't know, because there was something about data. Wakati ule watu walikuwa tunaambiwa tuchukue huduma namba, watu walienda kotini wakasema the data was not protected, the data protection, this and this and this, then it was told is invalid, the huduma number was invalid. How comes our data is shared by Safaricom to the government, with the government? How does it, who gave me them authority, or who allows this to happen? Because it's about data protection. We should be informed that our data has been shared. Hiyo ndio kitu ile ingine mimi sijaelewa. How? Unless somebody else knows about this, how they are sharing this our information, because it's all our details about it. So we should consent to tell Safaricom, okay, I consent that you can use my data, or this, if the hustler fund comes, tunatumia kama mangunia, because as if we don't know our rights. So that is one thing somebody should
could question about it. How are they sharing? You know, so hiyo mimi Hustler Fund sitachukua because it's just a scam. It's a scam because there's no accountability. There was this people walikuwa Dinda Katiba or somebody was going to the court to question about it because there's no structures, there's no accountability, there is no regulations. It's a lot of things along about with it, which is not just it was just like an order. Ile president Patiana, we can do executive order, but nothing else. Because even it was not discussed in parliament. I heard in Kamkunji when Babu Wino was telling people, you take it, don't pay it back. Because there's no structure about it. How are they going to wafungia? But this is a very gray area. People, we are just put in the dark. Me, I don't think Kenya Kwanza or William Ruto, although he was in the government, he did not really have agenda what he's going to do with his presidential government. It's like it's like gambling all the time. They have not started even any one agenda they have been telling people when they were campaigning. He was saying about the five, what were they calling it? 5 pillars when they were in Jubilee, that they say they stopped it. We could not go with a big 5 agenda. It was stopped because of the handshake, this and this. When I take over, I'll continue with it. But he has not continued. Barabara, as I was in Kenya the other day, barabara zile za kutoka Nyeri mpaka nini kwetu, is chaotic. Mapoto venye tu ilikuwa imeshimbwa imekaa hivyo tu. Pale kulikuwa kunapelekwa ni electricity hakuna. Mimi kwa tulilipa electricity sijui tangu nini, since Mwai Kibaki was there. I remember that time we applied with 35,000 Kenya shillings. Till today, even my grandmother became blind and he has not seen electricity. Now na tulimulipia. How sad is that? You know, corruption. Kenya Power. Even we had to put solar system ili hiyo mama ili nyanya akuwe anaona at least. This is sad. It's absurd. Hii walikuwa wanaweka nini, our neighbor next to us wako na electricity, ni zile zilikuwa za rural electricity, zile za wakina Ruto na wakina that MP wa Laikipia Kinjori. They benefited from that that electricity thing for installment. Hata hiyo kitu ya rural hawezi kufanya kitu naye. You can't put so many things. You can't use it to benefit you. Ni tu ya kuona. So, we are going backwards instead of going forward. We are not progressing, which is sad. Asante Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Lily. It's a sad state of affairs that people crumble for leadership when they are not ready for it, or they just want to use it for their own personal gain. And that has been the unmaking of this great nation. We need to change it. And therefore, we should take full responsibility and see to it that we don't partake into what may lead this country into the ditch. But Kenya Kwanza, in my opinion, hawapeani hope yoyote. They are confused and all they are interested is how to stay in power. And I don't know what they want to use the power for except get rid of their cases that they of corruption and maybe protect whatever they have amassed wrongly. But why should you do that at the expense of the whole country, at the expense of the Kenyan people? It is sad, it's unacceptable. We need to stand up and be counted on this. Let's I see Nifa is back. Let's listen to this and then get back and then make her submission. Tunasikiliza tu wa Kenya na maoni yao kwa masuala yanayoendelea.
Hamuna serikali wa Kikuyu, my friend. Serikali ya Mkalenjin. Full stop. Kama mlidanganywa na William Ruto, hii sio Uhuru Kenyatta ambao mnafikiri mtapanga. Huu si Kibaki. Huu ni William Samoei Arap Ruto Bishop. Kama mjui.
Doctor.
Huu ni daktari. William Samoei Arap Ruto. Doctor ambaye tujaona mahali alikalia mtihani na ni doctor. Huu ni Bishop, my friend. Bishop watawapanga. Kwanza si alipanga makanisa wa nini? Wa Kikuyu. Wote wametosha mfuko ya William Ruto. Nyinyi ninawasumbua. Hao wabunge wachache ya Central. Tuliwaambia chama ni Jubilee, mkaruka na yellow fever. Kulini hiyo yellow fever yenu. Hadi mnasema mnataka kutoka wapi? Mpewe nini? Hamuna serikali ya William Ruto. Tafutini serikali yenu Central. Kama mnataka serikali muende mpige magoti kwa Uhuru Kenyatta Mugai. Tunatambua kutoka Central. Shagwa hiyo ni propaganda. Hote ya wakuiba shamba ya watu hapa Kenya. My friend, mambo ya vita ya State House inanipea raha sana, nalala na viatu. Kwa sababu niko na pesa ya kununua sabuni ya kufua. Inanipea raha sana. Mambo ya William Ruto na Gachagua ya kusozana, inanipea amani sana. Hata nikilala njaa niko na amani kubwa. Wanajifanya usiku na mchana wao ni waombe. Niwaambia wa jamaa wanavuta vitu usiku. Mchana ndio wanakuja bwana sifiwe. Lakini usiku kuna vitu wanakula. Na italupuka hivi karibuni. Sasa wanasema sijui tupewe nini. Hii stahili. My friend, watu wanalia jua Musalia. Niliwaambia mlipewa pembe ya ng'ombe. Na mkasema mko ndani wapi? Sisi ndio tuko serikali. Raila tunajua vile tunapangana na serikali. Nyinyi mkichukua tunanyemelea serikali yenu na tunafaidika na tuko wapigia kura. Sisi tulikula ya Uhuru miaka 4. Hatukupigia Uhuru Kenyatta kura. Ama sisi tulikula. Na tukupigia Kenyatta kura. Yes. Tunajua vile tunabembelea Kenyatta kuja weka pesa hapa. Yes, tuko na shamba kubwa. Raila si muizi ya shamba. Kwambia wewe weka mali yako hapa Kisumu. Kisumu airport yako iko panuliwa, simepanuliwa. Airport ya Kisumu si imejengwa na Uhuru Kenyatta na wanajeshi. Na railway na tukumpigia Kenyatta kura. Tunajua vile tunanyemelea serikali. Tukiingia fanya hii project kwanza ndio tukuamini. Yes. Lakini Mshale anapeleka tumbo yake yeye ni cabinet. Cabinet kitu gani bwana? Wewe ni mfanya, wewe ndio ghost worker ya serikali hii. Ghost worker. Alafu na bebo unapeleka kwa mdhuru wa office. My friend, wanaume wanakaa hapa ile. Utakufa na kipindupindu sasa bwana. Town ni chafu. Utakufa na kipindupindu bwana. Town ni chafu bwana Msali. Huyu jamaa amesema Collins amesema yeye ni GMO. Mtafani ni GMO.
Kenya mimi si hami. Inji yangu taifa langu. Hiyo ndio bunge la wananchi wakijadiliana masuala ya Kenya na siasa zake. Karibu kila mmoja, tuendelee kukaribishana wakati tunachangia mambo tofauti kuhusu World Cup alafu na siasa zetu. Nifa, you can continue. The network gave you problems.
Yes. Kwa ajili ikikaa sana inakuwa heated up. So I was just saying, nitarudia haraka niseme we are emotional kwa ajili ya nchi yetu and what's going on. However, kila mtu ako na opinion yake. Like the guys they've just talked. Wamesema serikali ni ya Ruto, wa Kikuyu wasijifanye, na sisi, I think the guy is a Luo. Sisi kama mtu anataka kuja kwetu, tunamwambia tunataka hii na hii. Si tutakula tu lakini tuwapatie kura. So kila mtu ana opinion yake. The way with football. So I was just saying, tusiende that far. We are emotional, tusiende that far kusema we hate Germans are so whiteist and we hate Argentinians, I think is not fair. Why? Wale wa jamaa wametia nguvu zao, serikali zao zilikuwa behind yao, ama kina Messi kama wako kwa which clubs wanawa support. Sisi kama leaders wetu, they fail to support our youngsters. Kazi ni kuenda tu, kama sijui nani amesema Ruto was in Qatar, ama some of the leaders were in Qatar. Sasa nauliza, walikuwa kwa Qatar, wanaenda kufanya nini huko kama vijana wenyu wacheze mpira? Kama mtaki kusupport vijana wenyu. You understand? So siku nyingine tusiende that far, tunasema tu na sipendi huyu sipendi. Kama Roda amesema, mimi nimefurahi, napenda Argentina wameshinda. And I should not be annoyed with Roda. Why? Because hiyo ni opinion yake na ninio, na wengine sisi tulikuwa tuna support France. So kama mwenye anashinda ashinde, mwenye hatashinda siku nyingine atashinda tena. Sikupenda the way the two guys wameongea going after white folks, because shida zetu ni wakubwa wetu ndio wanaleta. White folks wanaangalia mambo yao. Kama white folks ndio wanaambia wakubwa wetu, like the other time last weekend vile Joe Biden aliita our African Summit, is upon them. Kama wananchi hawataki hizo agreements na US, they don't have to do it. You understand? So hapo nimemaliza. And nilikuwa nataka kusubmit a little bit about huyu mama huyu wa Meru. Now I've seen mama pia ako na watu ambao wanamsupport. Sasa hao pia wametoa maoni yao. Swali langu ni, how comes Kenya Kwanza yale yenye Raila anasema, ama wanaanza kushtuka sasa, mass action hiyo inaenda take place, wanaanza kusema sijui shooting na nini. Mbona wasiangalie mambo ya huyo mama kwanza? Kama kweli Koome ndio mkubwa wa sijui judiciary, mbona wasiangalie hiyo mambo ya huyo mama, at least wajaribu kutatua? Manake I think also things are falling apart in Kenya, like everybody, ama these leaders, ama wale ambao wako independent, they are going to each other. And I think kama wataendelea hivyo, international bodies will have to come in, guys. Mimi nawaambia ukweli, and it's going to be bad. Hata kwa hiyo Kenya Kwanza na government of Ruto, as far as I know. You understand? Because huyu anaongea huyu, ama hii party. Sasa kama huyo mama anapigwa vita, hao wengine wanapigana huku. It's like everything, kila kitu ni mkorogo. Unaweka pilau, unaweka nyama, unaweka kuku, unaweka samaki ndani, na inakorogwa tu, inakorogwa. Sasa wenye wanazidi kuumia ni wananchi, because unasikia huyu hawa wanataka kutoka huku, mara wale Nyanza leaders ati wataki kusupport Raila. So things are just up and down. Hawa jamaa wataitwa, hawa wataambiwa, we want to know what's really going on. Na hapo ndio sasa maneno itaanza. And now on the side of mass action ambao Kenya Kwanza wameanza kuogopa. I think Kenya Kwanza walisema they are ready to be oversight na nini, na hiyo opposition wanaweza kuwa criticize. Sasa hawa waendelee na mipango zao, kama yenye walisema watafanyia wananchi, waendelee na mipango zao, ndio kusudi hata maybe international ama watu gani, wale watu ambao wako behind Kenya Kwanza waone wanafanya kazi, na wawache opposition pia ifanye kazi yao. So long as to protest ama in peacefully, ama kufanya maandamano, I don't see any problem, as long as it's a human right also. Practice. Kila nchi inatakikana inafanya. Sri Lanka walifanya wakastop, nchi zingine zinafanya. Where is the problem? Kama watu wanafinyika, they can go to protest, ama wafanye nini yao, wafanye kama ile juzi walifanya sijui ni Jakaranda, bila kwenda kupora maduka za watu ama kupigana. That one I find is not fair, but they are allowed. So I don't understand why wanaanza kupayuka wanasema sijui ufanyeni, msifanye hivyo, sijui itakuwaje. So again, mimi nilisema juzi nikasema, I'm just waiting to hear huyo the leader Raila atasema nini. And this guy Kenya anaitwa dunia ni mambo, he said yeye kama ni kwenda kuprotest, he's not ready. Yeye he's ready kama Kenya gawanyika. I think I said that also last week, kind of. Kama itashindikana ni afadhali tu wagawanye Kenya West, Kenya East, but again it's going to take a lot of work, like they need to submit letters huku, as you know, United Nations. Paka si kitu kenye kitafanyika maybe in 3 months time, lakini kama wanaweza wakasubmit waseme sisi, and you have to say why the reasons, na si reason ikuwe moja kama hiyo ya uchaguzi wanaendelea kuiba, wanaiba. Yeah, there are so many reasons. Vile wanasema wanaambia wananchi watawafanyia hii Hustlers Fund, alafu after wakishachukua madaraka is not Hustler Fund again, it's loan, na hiyo loan it's not ni 500. Kuna so many reasons they can, wanaweza wakastate waseme hata sisi saizi, because I remember na NASA they wanted to do the same thing until the handshake came. So if Raila is going to be clever enough, vile mmoja wenyu alisema Raila should not asikubali, manake wale pia walisema hatutaki handshake. Hiyo ni ya kwanza. Sasa wanasema wanataka kumtengenezea opposition office. Hiyo opposition office isitengenezwe because it's not in the constitution. Na wakimtengenezea kubali na wampatie na pesa juu, yeye ndiye itakuwa mwanzo wake na mwisho wananchi watakasirika sana, ama people who are behind Raila watakasirika sana, because people already they are oppressed, watu wamechoka. January inaenda kufika, watu wanaanza kutafutia watoto wao school fees. Unasikia? So I'm thinking hiyo mambo ya opposition iwekwe kwanza on hold, because they don't have money. Walisema ni empty coffers. Kama kuna empty coffers, hiyo kutengeneza tu hiyo nini ya opposition inaenda kuchukua a lot of money as far as vile navyofikiria. So mambo yako tu mengi, and I don't know. Unajua sasa Christmas inakaribia, lakini watu of course it's not really ninio, sio mzuri vile, it's not ndio naona hata wengine hawakuwatch hata hiyo World Cup, sio mzuri vile. And vile Roda alikuwa akisema we just have to continue praying. Ni Mwenyezi Mungu ndio tunaamini, tukijua Mungu ndio atatengeneza kila kitu. Wale ambao wanajua, wanafikiria, wanaomba Mungu, wanasema kila Jumapili, it seems like these politicians wakienda kanisani, that's how they can speak. Kila siku wanarudia tu tulishinda fairly. Hata huko US alisema we won, yani tulishinda vizuri, kura zilisabika vizuri, you know, but ukweli itapatikana. Ukweli ikishapatikana ndio sasa ulimwengu itajua kitu gani kinaenda. But to be honest, tourist watu wanapenda Kenya even kushinda South Africa. Na hii mambo ikiendelea, hata wageni pia watakuja. Wageni watakuja, na shilingi imeanguka. Shilingi imeanguka kabisa. Hata last week Friday I went and checked, shilingi imeanguka kabisa. That shows us kuwa economy ya nyumbani si mzuri. Economy kila mahali si mzuri. Kila nchi, kila watu wanajaribu kutengeneza nchi yao. Lakini sasa ubaya, watu wetu the so called leaders wenye walijichagua wao ni kwenda tu na mandege, and they were talking about climate change. Ndege zenye zinaruka kwa hewa, as in kila governor ama hizo mandege zao zenye wanatumia, hao tayari wanaharibu tu climate change. So I don't understand why mkubwa wao anaongea about climate change na hao wako na mandege nyingi, kila mtu kila mahali wanaenda, kila siku wanazunguka na mandege, na ndege pia inaharibu hewa. So nitawacha mkiendelea, mimi nenda kupumzika, and I wish you good morning. Huko ni asubuhi, and Mungu awabariki. That's all I can say.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We look forward to engaging further. Have a good rest. We'll talk later. Wakenya, asante wote mnaojumuika nasi katika kipindi chetu kinachoangazia masuala yetu na tunayazungumza sisi kama wenyeji, na tunaamini kwamba katika maongezi yetu suluhisho litapatikana kwa masuala yanayowakumba Wakenya. Thank you so much for making time to keep at Mtembei TV Open Forum political show. Tuendelee. Naomba tumsikilize Valentino Slim. Vipi? Yes. Bwana Valentino, shida iko. I can't get what you're saying. You can't hear you. Are you on Bluetooth? If you're on Bluetooth, I think you need to disconnect your headphone. You can't hear. Your mic is off.
Halo?
Okay.
Ya, unanipata sasa?
Kabisa, endelea sasa.
Okay. Nashukuru bana, long time sana Bernard.
Yeah.
I hope mko salama nyote. Mimi sina mengi kwa sababu sijafuatilizia sana story ya nyumbani huko, story na siasa, kwa sababu niko currently in Qatar, nafanya kazi huku, na nilitaka kuongea machache tu kuhusu matayarisho yote ya World Cup na mpaka vile imehitimishwa. So first of all, we'd like to thank really Qatar for doing their best. Na mimi niko kwa ground kuanzia game ya kwanza mpaka ya mwisho. We really congratulate Qatar for the well done, kwa ku-uplift more standards about football, especially in holding the the World Cup. So far so good. So many people waliongea sana, wakasema Waarabu watawezaje kuandaa World Cup, sijui ingepelekwa US, ingepelekwa wapi, but they have really showed, especially a small country like this with a population of 3 million. Imagine, but whatever they have done, they have really done a recommendable job for real. Kuandaa hii michuano ya football. So we really praise them on that. Everything was really organized. Upande wa transport, it was free for public. In fact, hii ni nchi ambayo imejiweza, especially as per the GPD, it is the richest country in the world. So ni watu ambao wanajiweza. Unaona, transport imekuwa free, unachukuliwa pahali, unapelekwa vizuri, pale unataka kwenda unapelekwa bure, ulipe hata senti. Ukifika stadium, kama unataka kwenda stadium, unafika pale, unadirectiwa vizuri. Na Kenyans there are so many ambao wanafanya kazi ya kudirect watu kwa stadiums. Kuna sehemu pia walikuwa wameandaa za fan zone. In fact, it is the first in World Cup history. Hakujai kuwa na fan zone. Hii imeanza Qatar sasa na hii World Cup. So itakuwa invented tena katika World Cup inayokuja. So they were well organized. Fans unapita unachukua drinks, kuna chakula hapo unakula bure. Kuna zile za kulipia ambao unataka ile unajisikia ile. Unajua kuna zile kuchagua. Lakini yani they were really organized. People are really feeling even at home. Some people, even fans, hawataki kwenda kurudi kwao. They want even to spend more days here. Sure, they really yani when you are here you feel at home. The country itself is very peacefully. We imagine unaweza acha simu yako hata pahali tu nje hivi na ukaja ukaichukua the next day. Hakuna wizi huku. People are very loving, they loving each other, people are really cooperative. Yani this nation is really wonderful. This is a really place to be. Mimi nimefanya kazi hapa for 15 good years. So I have a lot of memories and experience. Hii story watu wanasema watu wanauliwa sijui nini na nini. They should call me, I tell them how Qatar is. Hakuna pale ambao hakuna makosa. Dunia nzima kila pahali kuna majaribu. Lakini it depends how yourself you keep yourself. Na how you intermediate, especially Kenyans wame to make proud sana huko. You heard about Abubakar Abbas. alikuwa na direct watu to metro this way, metro this way. He's a Kenyan. Yeah? Make Kenyan country and all Kenyans as a whole, make proud. Even the king of Qatar anapraise wa Kenyans sana, na amefungua yani visas za more Kenyans kuja kufanya kazi huku. Kwa sababu gani? Tabia za Wakenya ambao wamefanya huku uplift standard ya wafanyikazi, so wamekuwa more trusted na wamesaidia katika hii World Cup. Everywhere you go you will find a Kenyan. Everywhere you go, Kenyans are really representing a Kenyan country as a whole here in Qatar. So we really praise them for doing all their best kuandaa hii michuano, na watu yani wamefanya vitu unexpectedly, watu hawaku expect. World Cup imekuwa nzuri, kumekuwa na so many shocks, smaller teams beating big teams, in which yani that is the fair of the game. Because you don't expect a smaller team to play with a big team. Obviously, even if you bet, you will bet a big team to win. But in some few games, imekuwa different. And that is how we love this game of soccer. The last this game, the final game, it was also interesting. You score, I score. You score, I score. That's how football become more interesting. And people have really enjoyed. Na hata sasa hivi bado watu wanasherekea. Especially siku ya leo pia Qatar wanaadhimisha National Day. It is also Independence Day in Qatar. So they have mixed the football and so sherehe ni moja kwa moja. Watu wanasherekea huko nje, no matter which nationality you are, uko free kufanya vile unavyotaka. Yani the country is really well organized and is really loving. So mimi Bernard sikuwa na mengi, japo kuna hii story ya shoot to kill. Hii story ya shoot to kill bana. Sasa kama wanaanza kusema shoot to kill, sisi tuko huku tuna represent Kenya as a country in a very well organized way. Huko nao wanasema kuwa shoot to kill. Sasa tuje nyumbani tuuliwe. Sasa tubaki huku. What type of ni joke wallahi, for real. We are representing Kenya as a country while we are abroad, while we are outside the country in a very organized way. Na tunaidimisha tabia vizuri. Kenya huko nao government inatuchanganya, inatuambia shoot to kill nini. So where should we even be proud of? Even if somebody is outside the country na ni mtu nationality nyingine, akisoma habari za Kenya anasikia huko sorry ni a shoot to kill. For real, we are really demoralizing our faith and tabia zetu, si vizuri. Ingawaje government tunajua ni ile tu, mambo haya ni ya kawaida, si yanaanza leo. Lakini sisi kama Wakenya tu represent Wakenya wote ambao wako nje ya nchi, wana represent nchi ya Kenya vizuri sana. And the government need to be really proud, and even the Kenyans need to be proud of all those people who are outside the country. They are really representing them well. So kwa machache Bernard, nashukuru sana kwa muda wako.
Thank you so much for that update. A very good one, and we're glad that you were shining well for us outside there, and making our name shine better and be more respected. And it's unfortunate that back home here we are misbehaving in terms of ensuring that we secure your stay out there and probably make it more safer. There was a complaint by one Ken that the statements and the words used by the president in the US did not represent the Kenyans in the US well, when he noted that the best assets and the best commodities to be exported from Kenya is people. He says, in the light of that, in America, the Kenyan people will not be treated as important since their own president refers to them as commodities. And sasa sijui kunaendaje, lakini hiyo ndio Kenya Kwanza for you. Yes, Rhoda, you have something to say?
I want to tell you about Qatar. Qatar, of course, is not, it's not the same. It's Muslim for the Qatar. They're not radical Islam like a country like Saudi Arabia or Iraq or Iran. That's why it's more, people that used to say Qatar, they are real. Arabic is a real. So that's why they represent. Of course, Qatar is rich. They have oil. But still, I didn't like the football when it was Qatar. I didn't like it. I didn't watch even a single day because I didn't like it. Because people, they want freedom. People, they want to go to party, like to go there. They don't allow alcohol in the club, Of course, Kenya, we represent very nice people because we are very social, and many people, they like people who are very social. If you're not social, nobody will like you. You must be very social and you must be very open, and don't be afraid. Tell people the truth. Like me, I tell people from here how our country is going on. They feel pity for our country. I tell people how wazungu wanakuja wanarada nchi yetu, vile wanafanya. They start to realize, they feel, my friend told me that's not good. They told me every country needs to be respected. Our country need to be respected with other countries, not America. They come to wanafanya vile wanafanya, Every country, they need to be respected. Like me, I come here, I respect people from this country. I respect the rule of the law. I have my own culture. I respect them. I cannot do stupid things because there is a rule of the law. That's why it make me keep. There's many people, they come here, they have been in the prison, they have been jail, they don't follow the rule of the law. They have been adopted, like to go back to their country because they come here, they are criminal. They don't respect the law. They don't want to be integration or segregation. So me, I'm very thankful because the kindness is have been make me keep moving and keep going. We must be kind to each other. Even people from my friend, we must be kind to be each other and to have a good heart is the one have make us to keep moving and keep going. But people who doesn't have good heart, they are evil, selfish, thinking themselves. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. We must love one another. And people, they must respect our country. Everyone must be respected. That's why I present myself like a Kenya. When I go to where I present myself, they tell me, you are very kind, you're very social. It's not about Friday, very kind. My friend, they told me, even my friend told me, the woman was coaching me. You must be kind to everyone. You must be kind. Because like this country I'm living, there is a lot of places I have been going and I represent myself. I get favor because of kind and respect people and respect their country. Otherwise, if I don't respect, some people, they come here, they do evil, stupid things. You cannot, if you don't, you must respect yourself, people to respect you. If you don't respect yourself, people, they cannot respect you. Unaona, si kusema ati mtu ni mzungu ati ni mbaya. Si wazungu wote wabaya. There is a very nice people wazungu. They like peace. Wanalilia Mungu wa Israeli. Wanalia whole world what is going on in the world, in the climate crisis, in economy, because right now we're in economic crisis. They put their knee because they are humble. But our politicians in Africa, like Kenya, they're not humble themselves. Just selfish, thinking about themselves, corruption. Here, wanalilia, they cry for the homeless. Homeless, they now in the winter time. They do whatever they can. Every homeless can have a small room, even if it's a single bed to sleep. Someone can sleep in the night. Because when it's minus, they will die. You can die for the winter. The organization. I said, God have been great people. They have a lot of generous heart. Can you imagine, you see people, they are removing their own clothes to feed our homeless this country. Because I'm homeless here, they are very broken. And they care about them. They open for them where they can go to drink a cup of coffee every day because they have been hurted. But in our country, we don't care. We thought about ourselves. are struggling. When we do have the heart of loving and kindness, we have to ask ourselves, where Kenya people we have been roasting ourselves? Where we have been roasting ourselves? Because the fear of the Lord there is no in Kenya. People, they don't fear God. They don't care. You know, like this country, men of God, they fear God. They have open for the homeless. They have a generous. They tell no, come and give you a cup of coffee every day. But to be anyone, they're Christians, they have heart. But in our country, they don't care. Think about themselves. A lot of mothers, they are sleeping in the street. They don't feed them. They are sleeping outside with the small children. They don't care. Homeless, they know where children are crying. They don't know what they will eat. Even Christmas, they don't know what they will have. Now, some children, they are widows. They don't, nobody will come there after them. But the government, they don't care. Think about themselves. Do corruptions. They don't have mind of thing to reason. Kwa nini wazungu they reason, they feed their own people? Why do they reason? Why can't we reason like them? We are welcome them in our country to destroy. Instead of we tell them, I want to be like your country. Can you reason me? Can you give me that grace? Is grace. Give me that anointing. You know, I was speaking with one woman the day before yesterday. I was talking about how William Ruto is doing our country. That woman, she told me that your president, if he's a Christian, he doesn't have anointing and grace. Because he have anointing and grace, he could rule your country well with a God fear. I used to tell people, I'm not afraid. I tell people about that president we have in our country. I'm not afraid to say the truth. Because we pray for our country. We must keep praying our country. We put our knee. This is the time we let us go 2023. We put our knee. We say to God, we need now. This is not the time to look the tribe. We put our knee. We say, God, we need you than before. We see God face to face. We tell, we need you than before. Because God can heal our land. He can heal our family. He can heal everybody. He can heal our family members. Because when they are family members, they are healed. The nation is healed. The state is healed. Because everybody in Kenya have been seen against God. We have to be humble ourselves. God can heal our land. We can able to feed those people who are hungry. We can able to think about God can give them grace to think, to listen. You know? So thank you so much. God bless you.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda. Thank you. We trust the outcry will reach to rightful people who will take right measures for us to recover as a country. Now, I can't see Julia or Mato, and it's already 3 a.m. in Nairobi. So I think we should wind up the show. Moses, you have any pending issue that you want to bring up?
Yes, yeah, Bernard.
Just hold
Sorry
on.
for what
Just hold
happened.
on. Valentino has an issue. Ngoja kwanza Moses. Yes, Valentino, unasemaje?
Halo?
Yes, we can get
unanipata?
you. Go ahead.
Yes, we can
Yeah.
get you. Go ahead. Okay. Nilikuwa nataka ni clear kidogo kitu ambao Roda alikuwa ameongea. Akianza statement yake alikuwa anasema kuhusu freedom ya story ya alcohol. Nataka nimuelezea kuwa Qatar ilipatia freedom kila mtu ambao yuko hapa Qatar. Hakuna mtu alikatazwa kitu yoyote. Story ya alcohol, ukitoka nje ya stadium tu tayari kuna alcohol. kuna areas ambazo zilikuwa zimepangiwa kwa wale watu wa kunywa pombe na walikuwa wako free. Unaenda unanunua pombe yako unakunywa, very free. But the problem is they were not allowed to enter inside stadium with alcohol, in which that is the customary of the Arab people, because they are respecting the Islamic culture. When you go to Rome, you do what the Romans do. You don't need to change your culture and you bring it to somebody else, place that is wrong. So Qatar were right, and the people respected that, and really they are echoing them. They're saying, okay, you allowed alcohol, but we need to respect your culture, and that's it. So they did, they were okay, and the people are really respecting that. And that's why there have never been any violence since the first game till the final. You have not heard about violence. There's no violence, which means that ile story ya alcohol nina nini, the country wali control. Because if you don't put any measures to control in a certain situation like the alcoholism, it means things will be worse. So from my side, I think it was okay, and people are really praising it. But everything was put free for all visitors, all religious, tourists who came for this World Cup. It was free for everyone. So no one complained. So I needed to make it clear for you. Yeah? The only issue was people were saying that why World Cup was during summer, winter season, and always is on summer like that. Remember, the Qatar itself, they are invented AC air conditions inside the stadiums. Huwezi ingia stadium na ukasweat. I'm telling you. In fact, baridi ambayo iko hapo ndani ya stadium, hauwezi ukavaa hata nguo mbili, huwezi. Kuna baridi kali sana hapo ndani ya stadium. So they invented that atmosphere ya wale watu kama wako Europe, wakati wakicheza games kuna ice ama nini. It was also in that stadium. So everything, there was no any complaint. People are saying that, oh, this summer in Qatar, World Cup, why is it handled during summer season or what? Now we are in winter season in Qatar. We are in winter season. And apart from that, kwa stadium kulikuwa kuna baridi kali sana. Nje ukitoka ni upepo na baridi pia kali iko. So there's no any, I don't see any this argument about summer, what. This is a desert country, we accept. But in terms of the way, hao wenyeji waliotengeneza, wameitengeneza in a special way that you can't complain. So I wanted to clarify about that. I am on the ground here and I see everything. Thank you.
Okay, Asante Valentino. We appreciate that. Moses?
Yes, Bernard.
Karim?
Yeah, I was saying the other time I got some emergency. Yeah, Bernard, like I said before I submit my conclusion. Kenya Kwanza, I will start with that. That's where I was before. Their target is they are targeting these other political parties to at least to finish them up. You know, that's why you see they are creating chaos in each party. You know, today you hear this, tomorrow you hear Jubilee, tomorrow you hear ODM, this. So they are trying to buy from these other parties. It's like they want to give bad image to citizens, thinking that, you know, when people love someone, it's not by force. You cannot take away that. It's a gift to Baba. People love him the way he is. They love him like unconditional, you know. So he's trying to create that image of like people losing hope, to show that these parties have no vision, they have nowhere to go, you know. It's like they're just confused. But they cannot finish that unless they start working for citizens, and they should show the reason why they were put in that office than creating this and that. I had one guy was talking about that they were promised after Biblia teremka chini ungetakuwa 70 bob. Maybe the Bible is still up. we should cross-check and see, because there is no hope. They are far away from that. They are driving their interest home, not for anyone, just in what they believe and what makes them comfortable. That's why you hear even their speech, they can never create harmony, you know. They are always harassing, making people annoyed. Sometimes you wait, you want to hear something good from them, even just in speech, but nothing. They are bitter as if they are not in the office. I don't know. It's like they are in a panic mode. It's like they don't believe in their songs. To keep a kitu, it's like the devil is, you are just feeling guilty yourself. They have given you the mandate. They have allowed you in all these 100 days, instead of coming out and telling Kenyans what have they provided, what have they done, which development have they already put out there, continue as if they are campaigning. Like for me, when I see this government, they have started this campaign of 2027 Mapema, They are not after serving people. They are preparing how are they going to root again, how are they going to root again in the election of 2027. So that's why you see they are trying to at least capture each and every state, every institution to be under their what? Command, such that when that time comes, they don't need Kenya. They don't need ordinary citizens. They will just go through, whether you are there, whether you are with them or not. They will just find a way out of going through. So that is it then for today, I think. And maybe last one. For me, I call all Kenyans, all of those ones who are on this panel and those ones watching behind. Never leave this government to oppress everyone, to oppress. If they are not, if they don't know their mandate, if they don't know what they are supposed to do, they should leave the office. Rather than you have right to demonstrate peacefully. Demonstrating is constitutional. It's not out of law. It is allowed, and it is everyone's right. Once you feel you are being oppressed, you have a right to come out and express your feeling. Is free and you are allowed. Police should protect you, not shooting and killing like they say. Police have to come along with you, protecting you and guiding you, do this. But they are the one becoming chaotic, when it comes time for peaceful demonstration, they are the one turning people into chaos by beating them, shooting them, also tear gassing them. So everyone has a right to come out and demonstrate. If you don't feel like, okay, but I believe this condition will force you to come out. Thank you, Bernard, for today, and I wish you all guys.
Okay, thank you Moses, we appreciate that. Alex, unasemaje? Mimi nilikuwa nafunga station.
So Bernard, I came because of the guy that was speaking, and I wanted to recollect him that we have degenerated to a point whereby if you want to picket and demonstrate, it's illegal in Kenya right now. So it's not like where Justice Otunga used to give us an opportunity to go do the Monday, Friday demonstrations. Where we are right now is a very difficult position. And we need to have a discussion on how we can get the biggest problem is not Ruto. The biggest problem we have right now is the Justice Department. Who is Koome? If we resolve Koome problem, sorry, my phone was falling. If we resolve Koome problem, Kenya is going to be okay. Until and unless, before yesterday, we resolved both two Koomes, the one who has said shoot to kill, You see, people think this shoot to kill is something that is fashionable. It is not. You can be killed for no apparent reason. Bernard, tomorrow you can go. Sorry, let me put my phone on. Tomorrow you can go, Bernard, to town. And all of a sudden, the police can shoot you because of this thing of called shoot to kill. We cannot allow that nonsense, that criminality, that delinquency, that nonsensical waffling must stop. We have the right to picket in Kenya, especially when we feel that we have been oppressed. I'm a revolutionist, and you guys know that. So this Koome, who is the IG, is doing nonsensical waffling. The other Koome, who is sorry, my phone is disappointing me. Who is the judiciary appointee, has made Kenya difficult because we do not have an arbitrator. When there is a problem, where do we go to? We have no place to go, Bernard, when there is a problem. So I have come here to tell my friend who has just talked that we ought to understand that Kenya has, I don't know why my phone is, we ought to understand Kenya has a problem. And unless and until we resolve that problem, the biggest problem is not Ruto. The biggest problem we have Kenya is the judiciary. When Otunga was a justice, when this albino lady, I'm sorry to use that name, was in the judiciary, whenever we wanted to picket and resolve our problems, she used to come there and help us. Right now we have Koome, who doesn't give a shit. So the first thing, before even we take Ruto, we need to deal with the judiciary. If we cannot deal with the judiciary, we are not going to solve the problem that Kenya has. Kenya has a big problem, Bernard. And that problem cannot be solved by picketing alone, must be solved by decisive. I was looking at what is happening in South Africa about Falafala Farm and what Ramaphosa did. Only 44 MPs of EFF have been able to correctly impeach Ramaphosa. ODM has so many MPs, but they have been sold, they have been bought, and we cannot allow that. What we need, Bernard, we need about only 3 or 4. South Africa has about 4 MPs that gives Ramaphosa a problem. And I can name them: Malema, Floyd Shivambu, thirdly, Ndozi, and there's another girl. 4 people who are able to help South Africa. In Kenya, we have MPs like Sifuna, we have MPs like Babu Wino, we have MPs like Ledama who are not able to advocate for us. Bernard, this is shenanigans that we don't want. What we need is not even a revolution. We need learning mindset. Anybody who has talked about something called communism knows what Lenin said in 1905, or Cabral of the agricultural economist. Truth is informidable. We must say the truth no matter what. When I come here, it's not because I like coming here, Bernard. I have things that I do. I have children, Bernard. But my country is hurting. When people call me just to ask me for $5, I feel the pain, Bernard. I feel the pain. So
Well,
what we need.
Alex, what's happening with your Nini? You're not stable. You keep falling. What's going on?
No, I'm in the airport. I'm traveling to Houston, and then I have put my phone somewhere, and it keeps falling down. I'm in the airport.
So make it brief because you're at the airport.
Okay. Let me say this. What we need to do is this. We need to make a decision. If we are not going to decide that we are going to have a revolution, let's stop these shenanigans. Let's stop this nonsensical waffling. If we are not going to have a revolution, let's stop these shenanigans of talking things every day. We are talking the same thing. But if we want to have a revolution, let's have a plan about it. Because without a plan, a formidable plan, we are not going to succeed, Bernard. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex. I get you and understand you. But what we need to appreciate is that the combination of the reason for the agitation of the liberty that is required in Kenya is that there has been electoral injustice, which was ratified by Kome and made a person that lost the election to be the winner of the elections. So when there is a revolution, this revolution is going to sweep everybody. Secondly, the law does not require us to obtain permission from anybody to picket, to demonstrate. All that is required by the law is to inform the police that we have taken Harambe Avenue for demonstration on so day or between this time and this time. You don't obtain permission with the 2010 constitution. But when we subject ourselves to going to obtain permission, we are the ones creating it, and it will be a reason to be used to curtail us. So the only requirement of the law, like holding political rally, you only inform the security forces that you're having a public gathering. That's all. Not give us permission to have public gathering.
Bernard, Section 98 of the Constitution allows us to impeach the president. We cannot continue to have these shenanigans.
That can only take place in an orderly manner. You're the one talking about plan. If we talk it here in public, we can only do that in the pretext of mobilizing different opinions from different Kenyans, and then we execute. But if we impeach President Ruto on this platform, okay, he will still be in State House tomorrow because we're impeaching him on this platform. is not what is authorized by that section 98 you're talking about. So what I want us is to sober up and be calculative, as exposed as we are, and move systematically with the required force, because the best force to force any government out of office is the masses. To get the masses to back you up into that agenda requires you to win and be able to gain their emotions, okay? That they buy into your ideology. That takes time. And that's why I enjoy Baba's politics. Baba's politics are not
Okay, point of order, Bernard. Point of order. Point of order, Bernard.
Yes.
The problem that we have in Kenya is this. People are afraid of this man to a point that
that's what you think.
No, it's not what I think, Bernard. Bernard, it's not what I think. It is what the reality is. To a point that they are not able to express their ideas. So what we should do?
Alex, you missed the point. That's not true. There are different caucusing on this matter, and all of them are working towards one end. We must be able to coordinate together with those caucuses for us to win. You don't have only one strategy and go to launch out a war. You will be beaten so thoroughly. And so there is the avenue of the parliament, is the avenue of elected members of parliament. There is an avenue of the members of parliament who unfairly lost the elections. And then there are other avenues of wherever civil society. All these things have to come.
Bernard, you are wrong on that. Let me tell you one thing. We cannot depend on institutions that have been compromised. Right now, we must use thorax. We are not going to use institutions that have been compromised, Bernard. The judiciary has been compromised. No, wait, Bernard. No, Bernard, there is value in listening. There is civilization in listening. Just listen to me. Our institutions that we respected for a very long time have been compromised, Bernard. And right now, the only way out, and I swear to you, is to use thorax.
So this thorax, are we using your thorax or we are using the thorax of the Kenyans?
That's why we're having a conversation with you. There are people in the panel here. No, wait, let me finish, Bernard. Bernard, let me. No, Bernard. No, Bernard, let me finish.
The sovereignty of the Kenyan people is with the Kenyan people. If you want to enforce anything,
no, Bernard, you cannot have a monopoly. Bernard, you cannot have a monopoly. No, Bernard, you cannot have a monopoly of speaking here when we have ideas that we are hurting. We are hurting people. Bernard, we are hurting people. We have been hurt.
Alex, you drop at Jomo Kenyatta Airport, carry your thorax to go and throw Ruto out of office. You'll be the only one there. You have forgotten your friend Miguna. He's been threatening.
When we organized the meeting, Bernard, when we organized the meeting in Kamkunji.
When he came here, what did he do?
Miguna is an nonsensical person. Don't even talk about Miguna.
Alex, if you are not going to be systematic and calculative on this, you will end up like Miguna. You come and there is no impact. The only impact we have is...
Bernard, listen to me. Bernard, today, you are not going to stop listening to me. Let me tell you one thing.
Okay,
Kenyans.
I will leave.
Okay, listen to me. We Kenyans are hurting. We have refused to make a major, robust decision on the way forward. We come here every day. We speak of things. that are nonsensical. What I want is the way forward.
Alex, you cannot say that. Okay? You cannot say that. Please. You go on with your journey. When you arrive, we'll talk. Right now, you are not in
It's
your
okay.
senses.
It's okay, Bernard. If you don't
That
want me to
doesn't
speak
work
my
that way.
mind, today, if you don't want me to speak my mind,
you think sitting here several hours every day is nonsensical, okay? And what we speak here is nonsensical, and you're here. So
but
what is
Bernard,
it?
every day when we speak our mind, Bernard, no, wait, Bernard, wait, Bernard, wait. Every day when we sit here and we speak to you, you try to manage us and tell us what we should speak instead of speaking our mind. Bernard, we are learned people. Bernard, we went to school. Bernard, we not only we know what we speak. I may differ with Geoffrey Ruto, but I respect his decision. So the thing is that, Bernard, you try to control us to speak what you want. That's unfair. That's very unfair, Bernard.
Alex
When we
has not
speak,
told you what to tell us.
no, let me finish,
How have
Bernard,
I told
today.
you what to tell us? Please, Ebu, tafadhali, tuheshimiane hapa.
It's
You
okay.
have been coming on this platform. You have expressed what you feel and think every time. I never
Bernard,
have
you are
a
a
meeting with
dictator.
you
Bernard,
on
you are
what
a
you come to
dictator.
say here.
You are like Ruto, and Bernard, you are like a Ruto. You are a dictator. You don't want us to speak our minds.
You can shout as much as you want. I made it very clear that we are ending the show because the person to take over is not here. So we are doing closing remarks. Then you restart the debate. So now that I'm like Ruto, I'm a dictator, I don't give you people opportunity to air what you feel and think, then let's just end the show. There's no need of us fighting over this. Yes, Moses.
Bernard, sorry for that, but one thing I was told with my dad, you have to bear that because he told me that once you read more than two people, you expect all kind of manners, but the reason why you read them, you must handle them the way they are. But you're a moderator. You are there to put things right. That's your work. Maybe Alex is not aware. You should do. Maybe next time tell him that you're a moderator here. Because anything, most of the time, you're responsible. You understand? And Alex is confusing things because demonstration is everyone is right. And he's saying this one cannot work in Kenya is illegal. He's the same person saying that we have mandate to impeach the president. How will he impeach the president? Through demonstrations, you can come and say today, Ruto must go. And you stay there one day or two, he will go. That is impeachment also. So he's confusing things. Another thing that I don't agree with him, I summarize you close, I know you want to rest. If he says that Ruto, we should not blame Ruto, my friend, I totally disagree with him. Why? Ruto is commander in chief. He is not allowing institutions to function independently. He is the one fixing his what? He's the one fixing all whatever he wants. He's the one making institutions not to be independent. You see the common police, you see the common judiciary, maybe you see the common parliament. We don't know what will happen. So he's the one pursuing his intentions because he doesn't want things to work independently. He knows once things are going the way Constitution says, he will be nowhere. So anything that is happening in Kenya is happening through Ruto's Ruto's plan, Ruto's intention. There is not, even if you had the other last time, another time Ruto was talking about the constitution removing term limit and what. No one can, no, there is no an official person who can just come out and say something from nowhere. They are testing waters. Say, go and say this and see how will they react. These ones you are hearing talking this and this. He's not talking because he's the one who feels like that. He's being sent to say that. They are just delivering the message for their boss. They come in those that lady in the judiciary. It's because she never took that decision on her own independent mind. No, she was pushed to do that. That's why you see they are praising her. They are in the same party organizers. Every corner you see them, Ruto and the Komen. So he's the one pursuing that to happen. Because Ruto is a dictator. A dictator doesn't allow things to flow independently. They must command each and everything. So for Alex, for me, if you come back and see the video, the fact blame in all things that are in Kenya, fact guilty person is Ruto. No, is the one pursuing that, forcing things to happen. You see, this Cherera Fall were kicked out. Can you tell me that is not Ruto's force? It was his intention to see that these people are kicked out. So always the commander in chief is responsible in each and everything that he can choose the country to be independent or to be under dictatorship. So you cannot, if they come and say, better leave tomorrow, they need to come to you, they put you on a gun on your neck and they say something wrong. And after I say, no, I don't blame the government. I will blame them because they forced you to do something that you are not willing. So, Alex, sometimes this is the second time, sometimes I fail to understand his submission is, maybe I'm wrong, but he should come back and make things clear. Alex, you are back. Excuse me, because you score both in both goalposts. You score behind and front. So I don't know what to. I'm sorry, but I did not get you, because if you say a constitution allows people to impeach the president, even demonstration is in a peaceful way, you can impeach the president, and that is the supreme. You know, you do it peacefully. Even if Kenyans come out within 2 days, Ruto will be nowhere. Bernard for today, and also Alex try to give Bernard respect because he is the moderator of this channel. Because if they say we should respect each other, he should control us. Because you know, anywhere once you are more than 2, you must have a leader. So Bernard is there to direct us and to guide us. Thank you, Bernard. And so.
Okay, thank you. I apologize if you thought that I was respecting Bernard. The thing is that we have come here for the last 1 year trying to look for a solution. The whole thing we do, even Blacks tells us, even Geoffrey Ruto tells us, we keep complaining instead of giving formidable and robust solution. So what I'm saying is this: what is the way forward? If we cannot say the way forward, we cannot come here every day saying Ruto, 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 instead of giving formidable solutions. I'm trying to say, what is the way forward? And I'm sorry if you people think that I'm complaining. I'm not complaining. I'm only saying that what is the way forward for us as a people and as a country? Bernard, I'm not attacking you. I can never attack you. You're my personal friend. We speak several times. But just coming here every day, lamenting, like the book of Lamentation in Jeremiah, without giving formidable solution on a way forward. It's not right. We must now say, this is the way forward. We are not telling our people the way forward. That's why people like Ruto, Geoffrey Ruto, are laughing at us.
We are
Alex, have
waiting
you
Baba to give us
have you
the way
finished
forward. We
your?
cannot go beyond that.
No. Let's agree. Okay, Alex. I'm sure if you have never led anyone to war, at least in school you led a strike. When you're organizing a strike, you don't do it in public. You don't let the administration know you are the one arranging the strike. Geoffrey Ruto and Black are agents of UDA. They are here to listen to you and then take that information to Ruto so that Ruto knows what to do to stop you. Then you're here asking us to plan in public here on how to handle Ruto. I don't see what's happening. I don't know exactly what's happening with you, Alex, but of late you are losing it. Lay a grip on yourself, my brother. We've been here long enough. And I've given you the example of Miguna Miguna. Miguna Miguna was fire on Twitter. He landed at the airport, there was no impact. He stayed there for a month or a few weeks? No impact. He went to Kisumu, he couldn't handle it. He picked his plane and left. If we come with your steam, we will not even leave the airport. So the best thing is we must follow the laid down rules. 1. 2, our leadership. The Azimio is not without leadership. It has leadership. And if we don't work with that leadership, you are already you are offering yourself as you are not serious. Whatever that will succeed must have a proper planning, and that proper planning should not go public until it is ready to be executed. Our main agenda here is to sensitize Kenyans, let the Kenyans know that things are not working the way they ought to work. We need to bring about the change that is required. That's part and parcel of the working out of the systems. But you want us to draw here on how we are going to meet at Kamkunji. After there, we go to Jacaranda. Then from there, we'll go in. When we give them the roadmap, then what will be the reason for the execution of the same? Tafadhali, hata kama tumesoma na we are exposed, there is something called wisdom. The Bible says wisdom is profitable to direct. God is the only wise God, and it doesn't work the way you are asking us to work. So I want to urge us, even as we converse here, let us converse here as Kenyans with the interest of this country as a priority, and not creating heroes and who conquered what, who contributed what, where. If that's all we are looking for, then we have already failed before we started it. The really heroes are those who lay down their lives for the betterment of their country without asking to become heroes. Those are the ones that end up being heroes. But if you are here for heroism, for self-actualization, self-assertion, it is done, it's finished. So let us work out with that understanding. And if that is what you're calling me, directing you on what to say on this platform, I will not be party to what is misleading the public. Hapo tutakosana tu mpaka siku ya mwisho. If whatever you're saying is misleading the public, is now my duty to see to it that the public doesn't get deceived. And that is why I'm branded here that I'm anti-this, anti-this. I'm only anti-lies and propagandas that are not helping this country or perpetuating the evil in this country. And on that one, mutaniongea, mutaniandika kwa magazeti, mutaniripoti, lakini tutakuwa hapa, tutaendelea kufanya ile kazi tunapaswa kufanya. And this one we did not start yesterday. We've been in the struggles for the 90s. We were amateurs then, but we have learned through the cases. The people who came to shake this nation did not succeed. Let's follow the laid down rules. Let's follow the said leadership. How do you now want to come like what is happening right now? Yeah, there are people in ODM that wants to get rid of Baba so that they take the leadership of ODM. How do you now do that? Using which machinery? That means these people are being set up to be finished. Now our Oni, they're being set up to be finished. Because you don't disturb the laid down leadership and then you want to lead that same same institution, okay, after you have kicked out somebody. The example that Alex keeps giving here of Nzuma, Zuma. Now that we look at it from biblical angle, Moses, as we close. Zuma got rid of Mbeki, okay? What happened? The same seed he sowed. Ramaphosa came and got rid of who? Zuma. And then now this one, the noisemaker is called Malama. It's called Malama, the South African noisy politician. He's now planning to get rid of Ramaphosa. Okay, so the same thing is happening. One thing is leading to another. You get rid of Mbeki midstream. Okay, Zuma succeeds to do that. Zuma gets out before the term is over. Now, Malama wants to get rid of Ramaphosa for getting rid of Zuma. So that will never, that vicious cycle will never end. Malema, sorry. Thank you.
It's Julius Malema, yeah.
Yes. So you sow the seed, you harvest. You sow the seed, you harvest. You go to ODM to overthrow Baba, okay? You will also be overthrown as soon as you are through overthrowing him. And the pattern will continue. You will never succeed in getting where you're going. There are things that have to be done in orderly. So, tusiache mchezo.
Yes, Bernard, thank you. Thank you. We have heard you. And what Alex said, we who believe that there is someone who is always standing with the oppressors. So before anything, before any Kenyans, any Kenyan to come out, they have to listen to his view and what is he thinking and what is he, because he's always a well-wisher. He's always there for Kenyans, more so those ones who are oppressed. So he knows what is good for and at what time. So at now, we are still waiting. We don't know whether he's back in the country, and we want to hear from him. What is he thinking? What does he think that it is good for now? Because he's a man of all seasons. He knows when and how and what, you know. So we cannot just come here and start giving. Like you said, here is to create awareness. We are just creating awareness to Kenyans to know the truth, because there is a lot of lies going more so in this government. So we are here to make people know the truth, because like some TVs, I don't know whether in Kenya also the same, they will be compromised. They don't say the truth. They're always being paid to hide their the truth and also keep showing lies around. So your work here, our work here, is to tell the truth. Kenyans should know what is true and what is we cover up those lies. So for me, Bernard, what I think, Baba has something to say, because we are waiting for his speech. After, because remember he said we have cancelled this is it Jacaranda public meeting, but after 100 days we shall be back, of which I'm sure they have elapsed already. So we are waiting. Any team without a leader, it is going nowhere. So we are waiting.
and I'm sure he's having something. He's listening, and he knows what is happening and what we are supposed to do at the right now. So he's behind there cooking the head, and he knows already what is supposed to be done at this time. So let's wait and hear from probably, hopefully, within this very week, he will come out and tell the Kenyans what to do or what is he thinking. Only what I can last with Bernard and that I cannot support, and I wish Baba also can watch this TV. This issue of office, it is having a bad intention behind it. Maybe to like to kill faith, belief from Baba's supporters, to show them that, you know, this person is not helping you, but he's after his own personal interests. And maybe to keep lamenting like they have been lamenting on Ruto. They said no handshake, and that is it. If you create an office and no handshake, you know, like I said, these are the people scoring both sides. They score their own and score on the opponent. So I don't know which. So Bernard, thank you for your time, and we are very sorry. And you have to know, being a leader is not something like eating food. You have to contain all characters. We have people who are short temper. We have people who doesn't listen, but we all one.
It's okay. Thank you very much. My surprising guys here, UDA guys, they are saying we meet here every day to complain, and they are always here. So I don't know, what do they come here to hear our complaining or record our complaining? If what we are doing here is insignificant and it amounts to nothing, why keep spying here? Where is the UDA platform discussing their issues?
Maybe, like you say, they come to spy and see which programs and plans are you having. Then they take back to be blocked. But we welcome them on platform.
Yeah, that's why they are enjoying if Alex comes and spills all the beans here, and then now they are rejoicing with that, and that's what they are encouraging. We don't meet here to complain. We are having a conversation as Kenyans, and this conversation has yielded more to this country than you envision. And we will continue doing this until we achieve whatever we need to achieve. So mwache hiyo mchezo wenu tafadhali, na kama mnaona yale tunazungumza hapa ni bure, open your channel, discuss your UDA things there. We will also come. Why can't you also invite us? We come there and talk. Why invade us every day and you are always complaining about the same?
Also, they invited to come and challenge. They invite them to be invite them to come and challenge. The platform is for everyone. When you want
democracy, the black person who is talking here, has he not been here? Has he not been debating here? And then there is also I noted there is I will not even say that for now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for continuing to follow us on Tembe TV. We'll be looking forward to do this again some other time. Let us bring down the curtains for today's conversation. Let's do this again later on in the day.
Before you go, WhatsApp number, because I have tried to get it private, I have not got it.
My WhatsApp number is what you want. It is my number.
Yeah, I can.
A private chat.
Let me get a pen here. Just a moment.
Tayamba Bible Media ipoange kukutaarifisha na kukupasha mbashara. Una tangazo, mikutano ya injili, ya shule ama harusi? Karibu utangaze nasi. Tunafanya mahojiano, matangazo ya mialiko ya sherehe, harusi, mikutano ya injili na hata taarifa. Kwa maelezo zaidi, wasiliana nasi kwenye nambari 0718454585. Karibu.
in heaven who is not limited to human systems. That is the God of the Bible. That is where your faith needs to rest. Remove it from human limitation. My God can work anywhere. He can use anything. He can do anything. There is nothing beyond him.
Hallelujah.
And so when you think and think and think, and there is no more thinking you can do, God is still beyond what you have thought. And that is the God we are dealing with. And I came to tell you today that with this God, we will make it. It doesn't matter how bad things get. So our faith must rest in the reality of the God of the Bible, not in the explanation of men's limitations. Hallelujah. Let every man be a liar. Let every devil be a liar. But God be true. Whatever God said he will do, he will do. Whatever God said he will accomplish, he will accomplish. He cannot be stopped by any man. Hallelujah. Behold, I am the Lord, the God of all flesh. Is there anything too hard for me? There is nothing that God cannot do.
Kuanzia Jumatano hii na kila Jumatano, Triumphant Bible Media inakuletea Escape the Era of Error.
The era of error. The era of error. Escape the era of error. It may sound like tongue twister.
God is never in the noise, and he does not compete with the noise.
Critical subject. In our day, it is not called syncretism as it were. It is called interfaith. Well, this is our online Bible summit where we are given to see to it that you establish your understanding of the truth so that you will be able to escape the kind of falsehood that is being cultivated, embraced.
Sasa usikose mafundisho haya ya Escape the Era of Error ukiwa naye